Fashionably late. It's 9:27. I'm 3 minutes early. As always, let's get the stream started properly.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. I'm so ecstatic to be back. You have no idea. So effectively what happened was I dipped out with you guys on Friday. I went to the west coast of Florida with the family. My parents-in-law, step-parent-in-law, they got us a condo on the beach. We hung out for 4 days. That's actually why I'm very, you might not be able to tell because I'm still very white, but I actually got a healthy chunk of sun. I effectively got like sun poisoned for like 3 or 4 days because the wife and the kids kept forcing me in order to go to the pool and go to the beach and go to the pool and go to the beach and go to the pool and go to the beach. And then yesterday I did want to come hang out with you guys for 5 hours. But the truth is I was so dehydrated, so tired, so got my butt kicked that effectively like I wasn't able to. So my sincere apologies. I wish I had hung out with you yesterday. Melon Conley with the $5 already starting off the day with the dono. Thank you kindly. Very much appreciated. I promise you we have a fire stream today. We will have great content. What about gentle ladies and laymen? True. Swift water training complete this weekend. I'm good for years to come. Oh, sick. Congratulations. That's awesome. K-Soko says, I feel like Connor should be doing a riding the pony dance while twirling his lasso. I'm a never Trump guy. Well, listen, we'll work on the quality of our dances over time. I still need to get the original dance video up. I keep bookmarking silly dance videos on Twitter. Like every time I see a silly dance video, like the Mennonites, have you guys seen those like super religious people who are dancing to hip hop? I always bookmark those videos. So, we can cut up a new dance Never Trump guy video and or just have like a 30-minute intro with a bunch of banging music. So I'm thinking about that. But thank you again, Melon Conley, for the dono. Might as well pull up the content and get cracking, right? It's been a while. I need to get back in the back on the saddle, get cracking. You guys have been so patient while I've been gone. So do the double J off dance to Never Trump guy. I mean, listen, I'm not necessarily totally opposed. Can you not put your face? I can't see all. Can you put it in the vid finish? No. Go watch the original, dummy. I won't say dummy this time because they didn't say anything rude. But there's always these people on my Warhammer channel who are like, your face covers part of the screen. It's like, no baloney. Go watch the original if you want to watch the original. Dummy. Sorry, just people don't understand copyright and they keep making it my problem. Jubilee, Jordan Peterson, top search. I'm excited. This apparently is supposed to be like pretty big garbage fire on behalf of Jordan Peterson, but I'm actually really excited because I'm like the #1 Jordan Peterson understander. So I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest. Oh my God. There's 90 minutes. There's 90 minutes of the original content, and Steven's reaction to it is 2 hours. Really? Really, Steven? You had 30 minutes of commentary on a 90-minute video? I feel like that's cheating. I absolutely feel like that's cheating. Lol, no floodwater and river rescue training. Oh, sick. Good morning. Welcome back. Thank you, Jonah Boy. Good to see you again. Apparently, he focuses a lot on semantics. I mean, we'll find out. Base, make sure you bring some flex tape. Yeah. All right. Well, let's get the show set up. I'll do my little intro. We'll get cracking. So
you're a Christian.
What does it mean to be Christian? What does Christian even mean? Get ready. It's going to be like that. So let me go ahead and bring you beautiful souls over here. That way I can look you right in the eyeballs and then we'll get cracking. So let's get my screen lined up. There we go. All right. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am ecstatic to be back with you once again, and we're going to be breaking down the Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists debate. I think that this is a necessary and important conversation because, frankly, Jordan Peterson has a very, very similar view on religion compared to what I do, and it's oft misunderstood. Apparently, there's a bunch of dunking in there. Apparently, a lot of people have accused Jordan of having benzo brain. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and give you guys a quick summary. Jordan Peterson, clinical psychologist who got very popular a decade ago. Lauren Southern popularized him by showing a video where he was fighting communists on a Canadian campus. However, his apologia for Jung, for the Bible, for right-wing ideology, for Trump recently, unfortunately, has made him a quote-unquote conservative figurehead. Now, he does have a lot of liberal instincts. As a matter of fact, if I could identify with anybody politically, it would be Jordan Peterson from 2016 to 2018. So I think he's an often misunderstood character, and lots of people love to hate on him. I've never hated the man. I am incapable of hating on the man. So hopefully I can translate it for your benefit. Now, Jubilee is a debate show in which they do kind of like swarm a single person with multiple debate opponents, and therefore it's good for memes, it's good for clips, it's good for all that kind of stuff. And that's what happened to Jordan Peterson recently, where a lot of his critics and even some of his fans have said that this was not a good appearance on his behalf. That being said, I do feel like I am the ultimate Jordan Peterson understander, so I'll probably be steel manning his arguments as much as I possibly can. So I'll be making fun of him a little bit, but I'll be trying to steel man him. Let's go.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists. My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Good afternoon, Dr. P.
Whoever touches the chair first gets the debate. That's pretty funny. No, actually, I'm okay with this. So his first argument, atheists reject God but don't know what they're rejecting. I'm okay with that. Let's see if we can keep the conversation centered on this. I could go on a 5-minute rant about what I think he means by that, but I'd rather just see what they actually say.
Peterson.
How are you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood.
No, Tyler Pham says, have you watched the video? Nope, this is first time. The first 5 minutes or whatever, I might have run in the background, but to be honest, I wasn't paying much of attention. And statistically, atheists know more about the Bible than Christians do. Okay, listen, I know you guys are all going to be, not all, but 30% of you, 40% of you are going to be fedoras, okay? So take a shot every time someone brings up the term logical fallacy unironically. Okay, well, we might be dead by the end of the stream. But the point, okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and go on my rant. It is my show after all, so I might as well go on a rant. Jordan Peterson might not be a literalist, meaning that he doesn't know or doesn't believe, sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't, that the creator of the universe, the fundamental creative force that set everything into motion, is Spinoza's God, the God of nature, so to speak. The fundamental creative and ordered force, spawned the universe, and then Jesus ended up being God's incarnation in order to communicate with man his moral will. That's oftentimes the claims of Christianity. And so this guy, being a religious literalist who was studying for religious literalism, but then ended up rejecting all of it, daily prayer, rosary, all that kind of stuff. Jordan, in my opinion, is going to say that he needs to go deeper. He needs to go deeper to what the people were actually experiencing. It's a very fanciful story. Oh, God, we're going to fight all day today. Just get ready. Just get ready, chat. You and I are going to be fighting all day today. Because the question is whether or not there's a fundamental creative ordered force in the universe. Okay. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and make this argument. We already know there's a creative force. Okay. Regardless of whether or not you believe it's conscious, there was nothing, there is something. So we already know that there's a creative force. Now, that creative force could have been ordered or it could have been chaotic. You would borderline expect in the universe for all of matter to just spread out and spoof, and for there not to be gravity, and for everything to fly away from each other and swirl. But that's not what ended up happening. Gravity ended up sucking matter together, creating planets, creating stars, creating ecosystems, creating this, creating that. And then eventually within those ecosystems, at least on one planet that we know of so far, it spawned consciousness, or what we understand to be consciousness. And it seems like consciousness over time has been trying to complexify and understand its reality. So what we're really dealing with, without all the religious Iron Age mythology, is we're dealing with consciousness struggling with its own creation and with the order that is inherent in the world. That's what we're talking about. So you guys just being like, oh, it's all fairy tales. Like you are the person that he's talking about. Saddam had Baghdad Bob and JVP has Grill Dad Connor. Yes. If Baghdad Bob was Saddam's greatest defender, then that's me. All right. Anyways, sorry. If we get onto a tangent and you guys one guy me, we're going to be here all day, which is fine. I'm happy to be back with you guys. I am happy to be back with you guys. But let's actually try to give the content a chance to breathe as well.
Your aim was off then. So
And
there's
so-
always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
Then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheists claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold, is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like three people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
I like this. So originally I was going to make the claim that this guy didn't know that, because he's like, how could you boil me down in such a reductive way? And I'm like, well, I don't think Jordan Peterson would. I think clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson, if he was like asked and paid, because let's face it, he's rich now, but if he was asked and paid in order to psychoanalyze this guy and his fundamental rejection of God, he would be perfectly interested in sitting there for 3 or 4 hours and peeling apart, what part of religion offended him, what part of it was too literalist, what part of it was too metaphorical, why he hates religion, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that this guy has just proven that he understands Jordan Peterson perhaps than I was about to give him credit for, by saying that Dostoevsky, which is obviously one of Jordan Peterson's favorite authors, has talked about like the rejection of God and rejecting a higher moral order and then replacing it with your own moral order, and then being consumed by all of the sins and all of the moral failings that are written about in the Bible, is one of like the most like fundamental obvious pitfalls of atheism. So the fact that he's already calling that out, I actually do think indicates that he's at least familiar with Jordan Peterson's work. Cafe says, I've noticed that atheists often do this. I'm not off. You don't know me. You don't know my life. You are not the arbiter of who's on. You're not my dad. You're not my dad. Hassan got Connor to start drinking Diet Coke. Yeah. You got to support the IDF. You got to support the boys in green, right? They're completely unwilling to admit the possibility that, yes, they may be off. Yeah, dude. No, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Cafe, you have to stay in chat all day because it's just going to be you and me versus the rest of chat. Yeah. Keisoko. After growing up and being raised Roman Catholic, I have found plenty to question about the church on. No, I agree with you completely. I think part of the reason why I got away from the church, part of the reason why I rejected Catholicism in particular, is it seemed like there was so much wrapped up in this dogma of, just as an example, that Mary isn't just the mother of Jesus Christ. Mary is the mother of God and pre-existed all of existence. Like, this is supposed to be like a Catholic mystery or something like that. And I was like, why? This just feels like you guys are adding levels of complexity to religious belief that make no sense just so you can get the most ardent zealots to believe in whatever you say is true. Why? What biblical support do you have for Mary, the mother of God, pre-existing existence itself? That's very silly. Sure, Keisoko, I agree with you. I don't reject God. I reject the powers of the Catholic Church, Islam, and Judaism. Listen, I'm with you. I think that Iron Age mystics were doing hallucinogens and were playing with their perspectives on creative and ordered reality, and that those have become dogmatized religions over time. But oftentimes I reject the dogma, but I'm still trying to poke at the deeper truth, the deeper reality of what religion and spirituality is. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Well, let's start with your claim.
Mm-hmm.
How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like what?
Well, and sorry, real quick. We're going to have to let this play out, but let's just remind the audience real quick. Atheists reject God, but don't know what they've rejected. And then Jordan Peterson is asking him to specify what they think they've rejected, because this guy has accused him of being obtuse and stereotyping atheists too much.
What is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all powerful, all perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For example, here's a
we don't need an example, Jordan. This is where I wish Jordan was more involved in the debate scene, because we don't need like a 5-minute extrapolation of a sub point of this, because I think this guy is fundamentally correct that the Christian conception of God is that he's all powerful, all perfect, that he's the Logos incarnate through Jesus involved in this world. And that's where I don't know if I believe in that definition of God. So I do understand that most Christians make this claim about God, and I don't know if that definition is accurate.
Sub-narrative in the story of Moses, where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously. But
Well, not obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything, because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim
I'm
is
saying that we
he's
can't
good.
know, because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you. So
and we also have a short time here, so I'm I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
The
kind
core
get
of what
through
I'm
them.
arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to
Yes.
give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said
Yeah.
I didn't say the. I
know.
said
That
right.
is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs. So he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God? The question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear if the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and that has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
A central claim.
A central claim is that.
Okay, don't be a pedant, Jordan. Jordan, don't be a pedant. So I like this guy. I think he could probably carry a fairly interesting conversation. He actually reminds me of like Timothy Chalamet, like kind of like a knockoff Los Angeles version of Timothy Chalamet. But the truth is that right here, he's trying to nail Jordan down, and Jordan is refusing, which is very annoying. I think that if we're to boil down the conversation so far, because I want to keep it moving so we can get into maybe something that's a little bit more contentious or substantive, is that this guy is saying that my definition of atheist is broad enough to incorporate people that you would still call religious because they're struggling with order manifesting in the universe. And I think that you're making this overly broad so you can effectively like reject atheists as anti-theists. And just to explain this difference, atheists are people who don't necessarily believe in God, right? They don't believe in religion. That's it. That's the total claim of an atheist. Whereas an anti-theist is somebody who is actively hostile to religion. So they're not saying, I don't believe. They're saying, I don't believe, and I think it's bad that you believe. That's the difference. And I think that Jordan is actually struggling to have this conversation because he's accusing atheists of being anti-theists.
That we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite?
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there. Sorry, you've been voted out by
Awesome.
the majority.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David.
David, good to see you.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting it.
Do
No
you
more
be-
than I'm rejecting
believe in
anything that
Lono?
I don't know anything
Do you
about.
believe in Lono?
I
Do you
fail to
believe
see
that
the
he is a
relevance of
deity
that.
that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument. And unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Do
mean
you
it's
believe-
formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your
I didn't
claim.
say that I rejected the belief in Lona. I
It's
said I
Lono.
didn't know who Lono was. I didn't
Right.
say anything about rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't. But let me get to my even greater point.
Mhm.
You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay, you can.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay,
In fact, it's virtually definitional.
right, but
Dude, I'm okay with this. I was getting, I get it. Some of you guys are getting pissed because he's being waffly and very difficult to grasp onto. I understand why you're pissed off. I'm kind of annoyed too. Jordan Peterson, he could jump on these grenades or jump on these rakes if he wanted to, and I think that would be a more interesting conversation. However, he doesn't seem interested in jumping onto rakes, probably because he's paid a large social price for it. But I'm young. And younger, I guess, and I'm spry, so I'm happy to jump on some rakes for you. So, in reference to Lono, I probably reject Lono. The reason why is because he's a regional deity. He probably has some character. I don't believe him to be literally true. In order for me to believe in Lono, the Polynesian god, I would probably have to travel to wherever he's regionally located and see if there's miracles manifesting in the name of Lono. And then I can grapple with my sense of faith about Lono or the greater creator God from there. But excuse me, I just inhaled a part of a peanut. But the truth is that he's right. There's a high probability that I reject the God Lono, right? What atheist reported the stream? What, did we already get hit? The video is copyrighted. What are you guys seeing on your channel right now? What are you guys seeing on your end? Question mark. I'm back. Okay. Copyright strike incoming. Well, that sucks. Why can't I watch this? I only got 10 minutes in. We're so back. We'll keep going until we get like hit again. What did the screen go black? Danabo's one of my editor friends. So stream suspended due to policy violations. Ugh, that's so annoying. I want to time to pirate Steven's reaction.
but they also
well, Steven, that's actually funny. Are we gonna pirate Steven's reaction? Well, he only added a little bit more to it. See, look, even on my own thing, there's Denham's reacting to it. There's Steven reacting to it. All right, Jordan Peterson. We'll do it. We'll do it.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical.
Well, this is funny because Steven is actually like a fedora atheist, so this should be pretty fun, actually. Jubilee and 60 Minutes are the most notorious for this. Reacception, we'll do it. Connor, the atheist reported you. All right, anyways, let's deal with what was being said before we go ahead and steal Destiny's content. Reacting to a react, it is what it is. So, when it comes to regional gods, I think, for instance, Poseidon. Poseidon is a regional god. He's in the Mediterranean. He's the god of the ocean, right? Zeus is a regional god, but what ended up happening was the Romans were like, okay, well, Zeus and, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jupiter are really the same god. And so what they did is from like a syncretic polytheist perspective, they took narratives that were similar and they incorporated it into one pantheon. That's what the Romans did. The Romans actually fundamentally did not reject the pantheons of foreign nations. They either incorporated it or tolerated it as an extension of their belief system. Now, the narrative goes that Abraham took a look at the universe and he kind of realized like all of this must spring from one thing. Like even if you're talking about the god of thunder, the god of the ocean, the god of beauty, the god of knowledge, these are all external concepts outside of mankind that are immortal in the sense that they last longer than the humans that understand them, right? And so as a result, he said, okay, well, these are eternal external forces, but there must be an eternal external force that set all of this into motion. Why would I worship the lower level gods when I could worship that fundamental creative force? And so as a result, he started worshiping, quote unquote, the one true God. Now, what happened over the past, 3,000 years is a bunch of like mystic and dogmatic religious claims got associated with the one true creator God, quote unquote. And so it's up to us as human beings to parse apart, what is real, what is mythology, what is moral, what is metaphorical, and what is actually the substrate of our reality. And I think that human beings are emotional and narrative creatures. So the fact that we have irrational stories about existence doesn't in any way diminish the value of those stories. So you could take it metaphorical, mythological, moral, however you want to. These stories still have value. So we'll give it a shot. See if we can get through. Reject gods, worship primordial chaos. No, do not. Do not do that. Not only do we get the content, but we get Destiny 2. We ended up so lucky. Ellen Daniels says, a religious person is having a childish mentality as God is not even considered a hypothesis according to science and Nobel laureate Sigmund Freud. I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. Anyways.
Like that because it's fun.
That's an unconceivable hypothetical. You can't conceive of a situation where you might have to lie to protect. That's an inconceivable hypothetical to you. For the man who's explored so much theology, so much philosophy,
I can already tell Steven's going to get angry, and I'm going to get angry in response. Good times. Let's go. This is like debate reacception.
so much conversation. It is inconceivable to. I can't even conceive of a situation where I might be able to lie for the benefit. That's an impossibility. Like this is so. It's not even performative, or it's like performative Down syndrome. It's like so stupid.
Why are you asking me? Because
Jordan Peterson is getting into Catholicism, and he doesn't think you need to believe in God to be Christian. Okay.
You're a Christian.
you say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christian versus atheist?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean,
either you're a Christian or you're not.
If you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I can be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression. I was invited.
Hey, you know what was the goal of the show? It's the ultimate in like not ever having a position ever.
Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Ooh. Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
So this claim here,
Atriarch's distant cousin, maybe?
All right, hold on. Let's fast forward a little bit. See if we can get to where we were. And why is his react? Is his thing off screen so it doesn't get claimed?
What is the point that the other side's trying to make? You really have no idea. maybe it'll be the different, or maybe this conversation will be different. Maybe by the end of this hour and a half, we'll have gotten something. But God, I hate it so much.
Understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your.
I didn't say that I.
Okay, so we are back to where we were. Hi, Gen X. How are you? So, okay, let me tell you where I'm at. All right, guys. So I want to react with this content. I want to engage with the content. Steven has the view off screen, and I don't know if we need JBP on screen in order to contend with the content. However, I'm willing to contend with it because Steven's a bright guy. So if he says interesting things, then I'm willing to deal with it. Let's see how far we can get with this.
Rejected the belief in Lona. I
It's
said I didn't
Lona.
know who Lona was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't. But let me get to my.
He's watching it on 1.5. God dang it. All right. Can we do this? Can we do it similar to him where we do a reacception?
Right, but they also have
All right,
to
so
identify.
Danabo, I don't know if
with
you're
a really-
there, but let's see. Let's see what we can do. Should I get I'll do like a Subway Surfers thing, but we'll do Warhammer content instead. You ready? This is the Warhammer 40K version. This is the Warhammer 40K version of we're about to do Subway Surfers, but it's Warhammer 40K. I'm sorry if this is so silly, but it's going to be very silly. Sure. Let's do. Hold on. I'm looking for like in operations. But I want to do like a silly one, right? Let's do Raptor. I know this is silly. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second, guys. Chaos and Operations Night Lords gameplay. Maybe that. Astartes Raptor Sniper class gameplay. 10 minutes. But I'm looking for a long one. Sure, 20 minutes. We'll do that. So no volume. Just appreciate the beauty of the Night Lords while we watch. And just assume that Jordan Peterson is debating some fedora and we'll be okay. Take a look at his face. All right?
Religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious, but accept that they're spiritual.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Already? That was rude to that guy.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good, how
What's
are you?
your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Greg.
Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of.
Okay, Jordan Peterson needs to contend with what this guy is saying because this is the strongest line of argumentation that I've heard so far. Also, I'm just going to say it, not to be mean. I'm happy that such a brilliant brain is captured in this aesthetic. This aesthetic is not peak. You know, he should work on it. If this guy wants to call me, we'll lift weights together. We'll go on go on walks together. However, this gentleman is not peak aesthetic, but his brain is firing 10 out of 10. Okay. So work on your aesthetic, but your brain is firing on all cylinders, and I appreciate it. And I hope that Jordan Peterson doesn't dodge this because this is good. If the stream goes down, let me know.
God in this very literal way. But
What literal way?
the way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you think that there's an underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you? Yes, no, or that there are multiple competing truths? Those are the options. Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
I think that I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting. It's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah. Like, like the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yes. But that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
Well, I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
Okay.
I asked you a very...
Okay. There's a line of argumentation for debate that is effectively like, this is something that I learned when I came into Twitch and YouTube politics, okay? If I say you within a line of argumentation, then I've kind of already violated a fundamental principle of debate, which is that I'm not contending with what you're saying. All right. I'm going to explain this very briefly, but it's something that you should track, and it's something that you should use across all lines of argumentation. Okay. So you can forward a position, and regardless of whether or not you're good faith or bad faith, I should be able to contend with your position. And even if you say something crazy like the sky is purple, then I should be able to say, like, listen, the sky isn't purple. 99.9% of the time, it's blue. Then there's shades of like orange and even a green flash. And occasionally there's pink and purple hues. But that realistically only happens at sunset or sundown. So your claim that, like I should be able to deal with it in good faith, even if you're being bad faith, right? And so when Jordan Peterson is saying, oh, you're uncomfortable with the questions that I'm asking, it's condescending, it's rude, it's not productive. And I feel like this guy is actually trying to contend with the line of argumentation. I don't feel like he's doing a bad job at all so far. And so what he's saying is there's this literalist religious framework about Christianity that has to do with the fundamental creative force of the universe being conscious, being interested in world affairs, manifesting itself in miracles, and manifesting itself through Jesus Christ, specifically within the Christian religion. But you are expanding out religious belief and Christian belief to being humans struggling with existence in eternity. And I think that Jordan Peterson can accurately say, hey, yeah, I think that's like the basis of religion is human beings struggling with the eternal and doing so through like metaphorical and spiritual lenses. But then the atheist can come back and say, but yes, is it literally true though? Is it actually true? And then we can play word games about what truth means. But the fact is that I think that Jordan Peterson, I think people are correctly pointing out that he needs to contend with this line of argumentation. He shouldn't be running away from it. And I think the fact that he's running away from it kind of indicates to me that he doesn't feel comfortable fighting on that ground. Which, dude, you've been doing this for 20 years, maybe even more. He might have been doing this for like 40 years. So he should be more comfortable fighting on this ground.
Very specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
Oh, come on. Let's get one guide right here. Nobody has seen or talked to God as there was no Christ, apostles, or even Paul, all mythological nonsense for low IQ people. Ellen Daniel, please tell me you're being sarcastic. Yeah, please tell me you're being sarcastic. Like you understand that Rome existed. You understand that Julius Caesar is almost a contemporary of Jesus Christ. You understand that there were written records for that time. You understand that Paul was a Roman citizen. You understand the letters that he wrote were to real cities and real churches in real cities. You understand that the series of Christian councils that established what the books of the Bible were real. You saying that it's all mythological nonsense, that you are the atheist that Jordan Peterson is trying to contend with, because that's absurd. You saying that it's all mythological nonsense is absurd. Baby Victoria, may I have one more Diet Coke, please? So yeah, don't go this far. Elon, don't go that fedora, okay? Oh, sorry, wrong video.
Logic, memory, reasoning, sensory information.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you could
I
imagine
infer, right? I can infer. I can.
From what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason are my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
Right
and wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Where does that come from?
I would say that comes from an evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity. And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I am driving down the highway. There's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten. But then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay, how do you
constrained by reason?
Do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah.
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think that's where we'd have to, talk it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do that in real life all the time when we have, whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? That I think that we do that all the time.
So Elijah.
Sorry, one guy time. There is no historical record of the Holy Shroud, as there are 900 different versions of the Bible, and there are 55,000 contradictions in the Bible. It's all nonsense. Elon Daniel, you are the fedora. You are the king of the fedora, okay? Number one, when it comes to Genesis did not literally happen, right? One guy time, it's one guy time. Oh, and shill time as well. Like the stream. Engage in chat, engage in the comments, engage in the VOD. We are starting to build up momentum as far as advertising revenue goes on the VOD, so I do appreciate it. I am enlightened by my own intelligence. Yeah, I know. So engage with the content. If you do have the capacity to do a super chat, it's appreciated, never required. Okay. So there's no historical record of Holy Shroud. There are 900 different versions of the Bible, and there are 55,000 contradictions in the Bible, all nonsense. So number one, when we're talking about the Genesis, Genesis probably didn't happen literally, but in a metaphorical sense, in my opinion, it's talking about the development of consciousness or conscience, the capacity of discerning violence from good and evil. Like, I do not think the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, right? When it comes to animals, I don't view a lion or a tiger or a saber-toothed tiger as evil, because I don't think that they have the conscious capacity in order to determine like good or bad. They're acting primarily off of instinct. And of course they can act within their own frames, but I still don't think they're like sufficiently complex enough in order to determine like good and evil, right? So that's the story of Genesis. So it's not literally true, but it's true in a metaphysical, metaphorical, symbolic, mythological sense. And so I could keep going, starting with Genesis, like down through all of the books of the Bible. I could get you mythological moral truths that are still pretty true for human beings nowadays, as they were. Like the Bible, if you want to be loose with it, it could be 10,000, 12,000 years of like accumulated human knowledge. If you think that the book of Noah happened like 10,000 years ago, there's also anthropological stuff like the Great Flood. Like we know that there's been great floods in history. So the flood of Noah was probably an anthropological event. We know that the state of Israel and Judah existed. We know that 1200 BC, there was 100% an exodus of Semitic people from Egypt. That's corroborated by Egyptian records. There absolutely were battles in the establishment of the state of Israel in Judea, in the area that's currently Israel. We know that King David and Solomon and Saul and Bathsheba and all those kind of people are historical figures. Like you're looking at one of the most complex like written works of the past like 3,500 years, and you're like, oh yeah, it's all bullshit. And it's like you're an idiot. Like what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, there's contradictions. Okay, so in one place, God is good. In one place, God is mean and jealous. Contradiction. That means that the whole thing is BS. Are you crazy? You're crazy. You're a crazy person. You've been hanging out with fedoras for way too long. Mel and Conley, thank you for the $5. Connor, do you think JP avoids clarifying his Christian status in pursuit of nuance, or is he playing both sides? It feels ironically postmodern. I think it's both. I don't even know if it's subconscious or conscious at this point. That does feel, I want to give him more room to operate within this conversation, because I've heard Jordan Peterson be intelligent. I've heard Jordan Peterson explain the deeper meanings quite well. But I do think that I do think that he's being Weasley, and he should just own it. Sorry. The only thing that would be better would be see Connor play Dark Tide in real time. I would do that, but my computer will crash. So I would play Dark Tide, but it would 100% crash. How do you know, Connor? Were you born in 2 million BC? No. It was revealed to me in a dream. So anyways, let's continue. But Eben, you are this meme. You are the I alone am enlightened beyond the religious peasants. I am enlightened by my own intelligence. That is you, unfortunately. I recommend growing up. If you're over the age of 15, I strongly recommend growing up.
The prophet Elijah defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I see this kind of goes back to where I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it. Elijah defined it.
Okay, so as Elijah defines God.
It's defined that way in Jonah too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also defined it that way.
As I'm sure you know many people who defined it that way. And it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
All right. So to respond to that, I do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God. And that goes back to my kind of opening
Then how
statement.
do we specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or again, it goes back to my example of the Mona Lisa.
I'm defining God as conscience.
Okay. So that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of God.
No, I'm not. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament.
Okay, so
in Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure. So whoever,
it's not whoever.
Okay.
Elijah is one of the major Old Testament prophets. Right? He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay.
So it's not arbitrary.
All right. So that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. You accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Because again,
I asked you if you believe that conscience guided you.
You just asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not
and
in the least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheists, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words.
It's not irrelevant. So this actually is frustrating to me because I felt like this guy was capable of having a more nuanced and interesting conversation. However, I think that he could cut through the BS and the frustration if he went ahead and offered his other definition, which I would say is like not only is it conscience, but it interacts with history. It manifests through Jesus. It's an actual miraculous, whatever, that kind of thing. Whereas I think that Jordan Peterson's thing is Elijah and Jonah defined it as conscience manifest, which is interesting because conscience, here's the interesting thing about conscience is that conscience can be subjective, especially with schizophrenics, right? So conscience across most human beings is going to tell you similar things. It's going to tell you not to lie, not to cheat, not to steal, not to murder, not to rape, etc. That's going to be 70%, 80% of people. However, there are going to be psychopaths within society who are perfectly comfortable with violating all of those laws as long as they don't suffer personal consequences. And so they'll be predatory or parasitic. And Jordan Peterson is aware of these people because he talks about them in psychology all the time. And then same thing with schizophrenics. Schizophrenics have a broken conscience. So where their perceptions of reality, they're either peering into a plane of parallel reality in which like dreams manifest in the ways that you perceive them, and or they're actually just schizophrenic and they have like a neurochemical imbalance that makes them incapable of dealing with reality, right? And so if God was universal and it was conscience manifest, and if it was conscience manifest in humans, then there would be a sense of universality. And there can be to a degree, but there's obvious exceptions to the rule. And so that's what I would like to see Jordan Peterson deal with is our conscience, the Muslim conscience and the Christian conscience both told them to conquer the Middle East and North Africa in the name of God. They got the same revelation, but they disagree with what religion is actually supposed to be. So how do you reconcile that religious disagreement? Razzle Smasher says, when Trump came down the escalator, I realized the real fight was against MAGA fascists and not theists. If you're anti-Trump, we can break bread on that, as Connor says, regardless of your religion. True. He started off okay. He lost his way. Happens to the best of us. Elon Daniel says, Matt Dillahunty and Sam Harris, as well as Christopher Hitchens, have exposed the evil cult and right-wing nut Jordan Peterson. Oh my God, bro. Go take a lap. Chill out. Take a lap. Elon, you can hang out in chat. I have no problem with you hanging out in chat. As a matter of fact, all that kind of stuff. But like, stop proselytizing. You're not reacting to what's being said by anyone else. You're not considering what's being said by other people, either in chat or what I'm saying or what Jordan Peterson is saying. You're coming in with talking points and then you're just repeating them over and over again. So either contend with what's being said and react to it in real time based off of your own insight with some level of respect to the other people who are in chat and myself, or I'm going to ban you. I've actually realized it has nothing to do with I don't even think it has anything to do with politeness. I think it has to deal with whether or not you're capable of receiving new information or contending with information, right? Anyways, Oscar Skeen says, who knows? We might find schizos and psychos consciousness demonic. So is JP going to start exercising anytime soon? I mean, that'd be based. Anyways, back to content.
Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't make
ideas
that
of God.
point. You did.
I
made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
All right. Well, it was very nice to meet you.
Nice
I appreciate
to meet
the
you
conversation.
Too. Yeah. It's very brave of you to do this.
Thank
you. My next claim is that morality and purpose cannot be found within.
Okay, we didn't get anywhere with that. They effectively just quibbled about the definition of God. So I'm going to call this like an argumentative draw only because I don't think we got anywhere. but Jordan didn't deal with it. It was effectively like a punching match where one of the boxers just weaved and dodged and didn't contend with what was being said. The atheists, I think the best points that they made is that there is a religious conception of an all-powerful, all-perfect Logos incarnate through Jesus involved in the world, and that is the God that they are fundamentally rejecting. This is the atheists reject God but don't know what they're rejecting, which I think is evidenced. However, Jordan Peterson only advanced this definition in the last part of the debate, which isn't necessarily his fault. It's a complex debate. However, it's like, okay, now what? Because the truth is that somebody is going to have to boil down, do you believe in the all-powerful, all-perfect Logos incarnate through Jesus involved in this world? Or do you believe in God being the conscience manifest? And then all the complexities that are associated with that. And truth be told, we didn't get far enough down that path. So I think that the conversation would be better served by Jordan Peterson not dodging so much. I like him, but this is not his best showing. So, Elon, you're the one proselytizing, destroying all other civilizations, cultures, religions. Wake up, Christian fundamentalists. Okay. Bye. Everyone say goodbye to Elon. He's too edgy. He can't consume new information. Bye. Have fun someplace else. Coffee says, I don't know why Jubilee made the atheist rush the chair like some ravenous seething heathens. What was that? No, they do that for every debate. They have 20 people all fight in order to get the thing. I just bought Space Marine 2. It's great. Oh, it's a fantastic game. All right. Bye. Yeah, and it's not anything personal, by the way. This is the thing. So we're starting to creep up in the numbers. I think we lost a few people when we got ban-hammered by Jubilee. It's not anything personal. I'll try to articulate this as best as I can, okay? I don't like banning people. I really don't enjoy it. I want people to stay here and to engage with the content and provide insights of their own, and for us to provide our insights back, and for there to be a dialogue and a fight and all that kind of stuff back and forth so we can all become smarter. As you all know, everyone here has a 3,000 IQ, so we're all brilliant human beings. However, my frustration is when somebody keeps, they're incapable of receiving any information. They're only outputting. So if it's just insult. I don't care that you insulted me necessarily, although it will get annoying after a while. I care more that you're not contending with what's actually being said. And so after a while, you're going to get banned. Same thing with, this entire conversation where we're grappling with God. It's like, well, I know everything and you're an idiot. And it's like, okay, well, then why don't you go start your stream and you can talk to those people. You can talk to whoever wants to watch you, but you're obnoxious and I don't want to talk to you. Tyler Pham says, what is your definition of God? My definition of God is the fundamental creative and ordered force of the universe. So when we're talking about the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the Logos, like truth manifest in reality, all that kind of stuff, what we're talking about is there is something that set the universe into motion. There are dozens of laws that govern not just human behavior, but physical reality. And there is something in the universe that established, number one, creation itself, and number two, the ordered rules by which we all behave. Gravity, thermodynamics, all that kind of stuff. And then not just that, it seems that human morality also has a grounding where it's typically better to tell truth than it is to lie. It's typically better to get consent than it is to violate consent. It's typically better to only kill when it's necessary for survival or self-defense than it is to wantonly murder or rape or slaughter or whatever, right? And so we can observe these rules manifest in our reality. And I think that the creative force of the universe is effectively trying to communicate with us on how to best live. And I think that's what religion is it's human beings contending with these rules in order to figure out what's true. So I don't know if there's an afterlife. I don't know if the fundamental creative force is conscious. I don't know if it intercedes in the material plane. I don't know if all of religion is just mythological or metaphorical. However, I still think that religion is grappling with this fundamental truth. So so simple definition is the fundamental, creative, and ordered force in the universe. That's my God. That Fedora guy was clearly a troll, though. Well, you know, I don't mind having a troll. I'd love banning people. Does that make me a bad person? Yeah, it makes you a power-hungry monster. Cafe says, sounds quite akin to the Plato called the good, what Aristotle called the uncaused cause, and what Platonius eventually referred to as the one. Yeah, and then if you also go into Eastern philosophy, there's the Taoist conception that we're all ultimately one thing, but we manifest in different things, and then we'll return to the one thing when we die. Oscar Steen says, I mean, personally, I think organized religion is a crutch for people to accept the state of the world and things they cannot control. I don't have to be a dick about it. Well, there you go. Wait, are we banning for disagreeing with us? No, of course not. When I see a servant of the chaos gods, I ban. No, not all the time. Some of them are funny. Sean Kaplan for $5. My struggle with the claim there must be a creator god or otherwise for reality to spawn from nothing is an infinite cycle of universes solves it. Sean for the $5. Thank you kindly for the donation. Matter of fact, shout out to Melon Conley for 2 donations and Sean Kaplan for a donation as well. My struggle with the claim that there must be a creator god or otherwise for reality to spawn from nothing is an infinite cycle of universes solves it. But even within that infinite cycles of universes, right, there's nothing to say that matter needs to interact with each other except for the law of gravity. The law of gravity is emanating from something. It could be gravitons. It could be totally morally neutral. I'm not saying that there's like a moral judgment to gravity. However, what I am saying is that there's still something that's fundamentally ordered about the universe. Cafe says, yes, the universe is also incredibly chaotic. I'm not saying that chaos doesn't exist, but that's what Jordan Peterson struggles with. He struggles with the natural chaos of our plane of existence, and yet there seems to be imbued at the fundament of reality a sense of order. And we would not be able to have this conversation if that order did not exist. That order does exist. We know it exists. It's because I can utter guttural sounds into a microphone and it can be transported across the globe and you can hear it. We know that there is some sense of order or else we wouldn't be able to operate. Cafe says, yes, the flowing of the Tao is recognized by the Taoist sage, of the Brahmin, of the Hindu yogis, of the Buddhist mind, of the Nirvana. Yeah, that's kind of why I like perennialism. Perennialism is this belief that what's true is true, and it'll be true 500 years ago, and it'll be true 10,000 years ago, and you should pursue that truth no matter what, even if it's not a conscious God or an afterlife. You should still pursue like spiritual meaning. Razzle Smasher, our favorite lib, says, I'm Team Fedora on this stuff, but that guy was a bit much and being a total jerk about it. Read the room, guys. Sucks people can't respectfully disagree. That guy wasn't that bad. I would say that the Milan guy, the Polynesian god guy, was more of an a-hole. And apparently there's more of an a-hole later on, so I'm excited to check out the other one. Yeah. All right. Anyways, continuing.
In science.
Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. That's interesting. Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Yeah, you kind of have to extrapolate morality and purpose from scientific observations. Interesting.
What is up, Mr. Canada?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
What's
How are
your
you?
name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually,
No, within science.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever. Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals, and older individuals found in the tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of the tribe were taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think
so. It precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right,
Yeah.
require some level of morality or
Into what?
into-
I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with
Sure.
regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that
Precisely the point that you just.
No, Jordan, this guy's being good faith. Don't declare victory and walk away. Dude, what is going on? Did he talk to Pisco? Like, what happened, man? So morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Morality precedes science. Social creatures have a sense of right and wrong and fairness. Okay, none of this is mutually exclusive. So hold on. I want to describe to you real quick, because a lot of people don't like this. A lot of fedoras, they can't contend with this conversation, at least as far as I'm concerned. They don't like to think about this, because then they have to deal with the fact that even though they don't believe in God, or they don't believe in a higher moral order, that they're like called to be more just than they currently are. So I'm going to have a bold take. Morality precedes science. Social creatures have a sense of right and wrong and fairness. Okay. This isn't just socially complex animals. This is actually very socially and intellectually simple animals. All right. They all have a sense of morality, and their morality might be the equivalent of turning on a light switch in reference to brain function, but they still do it. As an example, ants, okay? When it comes to ants, they can be incredibly self-sacrificial beings. They operate within the hive mind, and some of them will sacrifice their own survival when dealing with predators in order to guarantee the survival of the entire hive. And all you have to do is watch. There's one time where like a jumping spider is hunting an ant colony, and there's like several soldier ants who literally leap from a tree, like a tree branch, like a twig, onto the jumping spider. They know they're going to get ripped apart, but they do it anyways in order to sting the spider so they can kill the spider that is predating on their colony. Then same thing. I'm trying to think of like other things, but there's animals who are dicks, like they're fundamentally dicks, like wasps. Wasps are dicks. They're hunting animalistic predator dickheads. But there's also altruistic and self-sacrificial animals as well, and it goes all the way down to the insect world. So all I want you to contend with, I know that was a very long-winded rant, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that right and wrong, fairness, self-sacrifice, altruism, these are things that are probably rooted in the Ant Vengers. Nice one, Jonah. These are things that are probably rooted in biology, rooted in survival, and you would be surprised how deep it goes. Like even animals that you fundamentally reject as having any kind of moral consciousness whatsoever, they do, moral being the evaluation of right and wrong, they do the quote unquote right thing in reference to their species and survival. Jonah says, my thing is, if reality can't just come from nothing, then why is God the exception, or who made God, and then that who made God, and so on? Yeah, of course. Of course. There's this rant from this comedian about how if you're an atheist and you believe that something emanated from nothing, then that nothing is pretty gosh darn miraculous. And I do think that that's interesting, is even if you reject God, even if you reject all formalized religion, even if you reject an afterlife, even if you reject all that kind of stuff, you still have to deal with the fact that something beautiful and crazy and just absolutely mind-blowing gave you a mind in the first place, and then gave you tons of things with which to appreciate with your mind. Harmonic Fox says, can you be perennialist and agnostic? Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think they go pretty hand in hand. That's probably like peanut butter and jelly, because you don't always know what's true. What's true, like there are plenty of things that were asserted as true 1,000 years ago that we now know that aren't, but a perennialist would make the argument that, we just keep dealing with what's true as much as possible. Christian Blair says, that Jordan is a hyper partisan now. He isn't interested in having nuance with those he perceives as being opponents. That's sad. Razzle says, driver ants will snatch each other's legs in their jaws to sacrifice and drown themselves to build a bridge so that the rest of the colony can cross a body of water. It's pretty wild. Yeah. Yeah. Grassroots says, we finally caught your effed up streaming schedule. Have some dollar dues. Well, thank you, Grassroots. And my schedule is not jacked up, I promise. It's still 9:30 to 2:30. But on Monday, Memorial Day, I was still with the family getting a tan. And then on Tuesday, yesterday, I did travel and I wanted to come hang out with you guys. But to be honest, my wife kept me out in the sun touching grass for so long. And I was so dehydrated. I swear to God, I was poisoned. I was like sun poisoned. I felt like shit. So, my apologies for not being around yesterday. I promise you, I'll still be 9:30 to 2:30 Monday through Friday. My apologies for not being around on Monday. My apologies for not being around on Tuesday. But trust me, you would not have wanted me to stream yesterday. It would have been a trash stream. Yeah, Grassroots is like, I gotcha, you grass touching loser. Yeah, that's me. I spent time with the family. Cafe says, well, nowadays, lots of professionals who operate within the neuroscience of religion regard mystical experiences at the very core evidence of the perennial philosophy. Good. Yeah. I don't think Connor has showed up exactly at 9:30 a.m. yet. Dude, I was live at 9:27. Stop giving me shit. The Hispanization of Connor. It was a very Floridian trip. It was very Floridian. I effectively lived out of a pool and the beach for 4 days. It was way too much. I do not enjoy that much sunlight. All right. Anyways, sorry. Back to it. Thank you, Grassroots, for the donation. Thank you, Melon Conley. Thank you, Sean Kaplan. Thank you to all our donors. Quick shill time. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Comment in the chat section so it engages the algorithm and other people know we're live. Go ahead and watch the VODs if you haven't engaged with the VODs. If there's a subject that tickles your fancy, and leave comments over there. That does help. We are building up our ad revenue, so I'm very excited to see that momentum building on the home channel, Counterpoints. And super chat if you got it, but it's never required. Always appreciated. All right, continuing.
It's made that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's that not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just indicated.
It doesn't derived from the scientific process. It's the fact that
hang on a second.
We are social animals. We need that to exist as a group.
I
right?
agree. But
sure.
You pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that works.
That's my point.
Science explains it. So
no, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals.
Yeah, but there's more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique. And that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future. Or
not
predict
really.
the future. No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SF Zoo that killed somebody. And so
hunting
actually,
animals.
No. Kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the kids.
I'm not saying that animals can't think.
Okay.
No, but they can perceive the future.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Voted out by the majority.
Thank you, man.
Good man. Yeah.
That's bullshit. I wanted to hear more from this guy. Are you kidding me? We were literally talking about the morality of animals. This is the problem with the Jubilee structure, is everybody wants their turn at bat, and so they vote out the interesting conversations. Dude, I wanted to hear more about the morality of animals. What the hell?
Peterson, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you, Luke.
So your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky, because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes, exactly. And also that science is actually structured, at least in part technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori.
Okay.
Right? That's why we define science as value-free. But that has to be wrong, because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards something before they can even engage in observation.
Okay.
And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
That's people debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand that. And me myself, I am a former young Earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh yeah.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel directed about apologetics about the Bible, specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution, and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible.
So this is something that's actually really interesting that I want to hit. So morality and purpose is the domain of religion. So if I'm hearing Jordan Peterson correctly, he's saying that this is the point of religion. Regardless of whether or not you think it's true, regardless of whether or not you think it's mythological, metaphorical, whatever, that the purpose of religion is to try to scratch at purpose and to scratch at morality, which I think is fundamentally true. And I think any religious person who rejects this is kind of rejecting what makes religion relevant at all. And then I think that Jordan Peterson didn't say this exactly, but I've watched other interviews where he says that oftentimes science tries to explain away morality and purpose. And so as an example with the chimpanzee example, which I thought was super interesting, I wish that conversation had continued, is that by saying, oh, well, we're just, we're just social creatures. We're just cooperative by nature. So morality kind of emanates from our desire for cooperation, and you actually, meh. Well, that can be viewed as an explanation, but it can also be viewed as explaining away. Same thing. There was one guy who was talking about the emanation of consciousness within human beings, but Jordan Peterson described the book as trying to explain away consciousness. And so there's this anti-theist and atheist propensity to try to attack like the majesty of creation itself. And I know not all atheists or anti-theists are going to agree with what I just said. However, they try to take things that are actually pretty impressive and make them very mundane and boring and like not exciting at all. And I don't know how you can look at abiogenesis, which is dormant matter existing. This is the scientific explanation for the emanation of life, right? So allegedly, in the cauldron of Earth, there was methane, fire, volcanoes, lightning, clouds, all that kind of shit. And as a result of these things swirling about and getting electrified a billion times, eventually what happened was the precursors to protein cells started existing. I forget what they're called, but they're the substructures of a cell. And so that's amazing. This is explained by the Miller-Urey experiment. And it's how we think life came to be on planet Earth, was we emerged from the primordial soup. But can you think about that? Dirt becoming conscious, well, maybe not conscious as we understand it, but dirt becoming alive by being so infused with like energy and gas and light and all that kind of crap that eventually it becomes real, right? It becomes something conscious. And then that conscious thing goes from a single-celled organism into a multi-celled organism, and then a multi-celled organism becoming an even more complex multi-celled organism, and then those multi-celled organisms becoming human beings eventually, and then us having this conversation. That is dope. That is insane. That is so cool. Like I can't believe how cool that is, but science tries to make that like mundane. And so I think that science kind of explains away morality and purpose rather than trying to simply explain it. Although I did like the chimp analysis, the chimp moral analysis. Cafe says, there's so many terms for it: perennialism, the primordial tradition, Prisco theologia, the traditionalist school of thought, Sophia perennius. There are various ways of saying it. Yeah, perennialism is based. Elva says, I just got to go with demonstrability. If I can demonstrate humans exist and that they utilize morals, it immediately has more plausibility than morality coming from a God with no demonstration. Sure, but we've already, Jordan Peterson has defined God as conscience manifest, which I do think has problems, but I do think that it's like rooted in the Bible. I rooted it as the fundamental creative and ordered force of the universe. So even if you don't think it's conscious, even if you don't think that there's an afterlife, you could still contend with the fundamental creative and ordered force of the universe. And whether or not you call it God, I don't care. It's like a name. I think that we think of God as basically the coding of the universe, and God is our way of conceptualizing and giving voice to it. Yeah, 100%. Jonah Boy, that makes 100% sense. I believe Sean Carroll and Sam Harris had a discussion on this a while back, morality and science. Yeah. I would have watched Destiny versus Kaizen debate instead of this one, although it's pretty fun hearing JP fumble so badly. Oh no. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, as a matter of fact, if we finish up with this content early, we'll move on to Destiny versus Kaizen. Abiogenesis is ultimately an assumption within materialism. It's not necessarily established fact. I think that's why modern neuroscientists first with panpsychism as possible or viable explanation. But Cafe, so my problem, if you're talking about panspermia, you could be using another name for it, which is just that life is everywhere, right? That could be the way that I understand panspermia, is that there still has to be, as far as I know, the Big Bang does not allow life as we understand it to exist. Okay. When you're talking about the singularity of gravity so dense that it crushes everything into like the size of a golf ball, and then that golf ball explodes within the vacuum of space and creates everything that we know it, life as we know it can't survive that process. And so life either has to be seated within the singularity and somehow capable of surviving that physical process, which I don't know how that's possible, or number two, like on a creative level, almost on like a quantum level, like a quantum mechanic level, consciousness is somehow so deeply rooted that it wishes to emanate from dormant material, which I find very interesting, like insanely interesting. Elba says amino acid chains. That was the word I was looking for, is amino acids. Abiogenesis is simply the popular theory. Well, I mean, I don't think how panspermia explains it any better. The asteroid Bennu had a bunch of organic materials on it for life. That is interesting, but also where did that come from? I assume that came from a planet that got destroyed that had biological matter on it. Sacred Snow says, if you like abiogenesis, you should react to Professor Dave versus Dr. Tour. Dave is a bit of a D-head about rebuking anti-scientific religion, but it's an interesting and funny debate. Interesting. Y'all are speaking a language that may as well be German to me. I don't know what these words mean, chat. We're talking about the creation of life. We're talking about the creation of morality and consciousness. Cafe says, no, not panspermia or even directed panspermia. I'm talking about something quite else known as panpsychism or pan-experientialism, which is different. Ooh, that consciousness is rooted into dormant material. That's interesting. I don't know if I'm using it correctly, but that's what it sounds like. Grassroots for another 20. Thank you, King. Donate your old baby blankets and money and stuff to the dog shelters. I'm late, but that's my permanent message. It's true. Be nice to dogs. Dogs are nice to us. We should be nice to dogs. So, Cafe says that's panpsychism pronounced. Yeah. Not panspermia. I think you may have misread the word going over there. Yeah. My bad. No. Parasocial love. Yes. All right. Anyways, continuing.
Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think
No,
it
it
should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says
Well,
it's immoral.
that's why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that
Well,
immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God.
Wouldn't you
and
say
so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established.
Sorry. Johnny Blaze says, have I reacted to Tim Dillon, CNN? I haven't. Let's add that to the docket, and let's add Destiny versus Kaizen, because I've seen clips of the Kaizen interview, and I thought they were funny. Destiny versus Kaizen, CNN versus Tim Dillon.
by Protestant Christians in the
Yes.
UK, who then convinced the
Yes.
UK government for 200 years to go to war on
And
slavery.
wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general rather than just Christianity?
No, I think it's the
'Cause-
flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans editing based on the cultural evolution
And what do you
of
mean
morality.
by just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well,
Mm,
humans.
Editing.
Well,
Yeah.
based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they
and-
did do it based on culture and history, but
Yes.
culture and history have their foundations too. So
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on the
everyone
Bible.
ex-
Based on the
that's-
Bible, they
that's
looked at
much
it and
less
they
true.
justified it in the United States in the Deep South. They justified slavery.
Yeah, but the
based on
main
the Bible.
thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently
Yes,
against slavery,
which-
and it was about the only movement in the history
Yes.
of the human race that
Yes.
had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their
Well,
understanding
that's one
of
way of
morality.
looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans
Humans.
drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
Well, so there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
evolving
There is a
morality
specific-
based on the culture that within the society that they live in.
Okay,
So
fine.
with
I think
women's
that did
suffrage as
happen.
well is a very similar topic in the Bible. There are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement,
Uh-huh.
which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the
that's
idea of God.
Fine, but what's your
Yes.
point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
Yeah, so this is Jordan Peterson might be poking at it, but this is where I would go back to this guy and say that he doesn't know what he's rejecting. So if you're scratching at the deeper points, hold on, where's the religious stuff? So if you're going for the deeper points, atheists reject God but don't know what they're rejecting. And the Old Testament in Elijah and Jonah define it as conscious manifest. I think there's problems with this definition. However, I would say that this guy is arguing things that he doesn't fully comprehend from Jordan Peterson's perspective, because for Jordan Peterson, he doesn't, at least as far as I understand, he doesn't localize all of morality specifically into Christianity and say this is 100% correct. He's not a religious literalist. He doesn't take every single word and sentence of the Bible and say this has the absolute moral authority of God, right? That's not what he says. What he understands it, as far as conscience manifest, is that there is this underlying substrate of morality within that, like, humans observe over time, and then they do like they do like manifest that morality into the world. And we are flawed, but we ultimately understand these things more and more over time. So he's kind of a perennialist in a way. Void says no, Connor, organic molecules form all the time in most rocky planetary bodies. Void a Parrot, I'm gonna Google this, because to my knowledge, we haven't found organic materials. Have we found organic molecules in space? Yes, organic molecules have been found in various locations throughout space, including interstellar clouds, comets, asteroids, and even on Mars and the Moon. These molecules, the building blocks of life, are not exclusive to Earth and point to a widespread distribution of the chemistry necessary for life. Ooh. Samples from comets and asteroids like those of the Rosetta mission to Comet blah, 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 and the OSIRIS-REx mission have revealed the presence of organic materials. These findings suggest that comets and asteroids may have delivered organic components. Well, hold on. There's a difference, in my opinion, between a living molecule and an organic molecule. What is an organic molecule? An organic compound is a chemical compound that contains a carbon-hydrogen or carbon-carbon bond. Right. Yeah. So we wouldn't say these are the building blocks of life, but this is not life itself. Right. So we still have to jump that dormant to life thing. Right. You're still talking about precursors. All right. What if consciousness is actually unnatural? And this is funny. Jonah Boy said this, and I immediately thought about Doom Eternal, because that's effectively like the narrative of Doom, is that humans only exist for demons and gods to torture us so they can feed off of our essence. Jonah Boy says, what if consciousness is actually unnatural in the doing of Lovecraftian horrors, minds, virtues, and the afterlife is just them torturing us to gain power? That's actually the narrative of Doom. Consciousness is a cosmic Lovecraftian mistake. Cafe says, I love when Jordan Peterson made that distinction that there's perfection, i.e. God, then there's our interpretation of God made by beings that are anything but perfect. Exactly, Cafe. Exactly. You're already with me. So like a Kathy Newman convo debate. So if God is misunderstood by the individual, whose fault is it? The imperfect beings or the phenomena itself? I think that was made during this discussion with a TikTok atheist, Ian. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Sacred Snow says, he was a young earth creationist. You just have to give him points for getting out of that hole and leave it at that. All right, I'll give him points for that.
It could be. Which conscious is also something that has evolved over time. And I think that's something that does evolve in morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage.
There's lots
and
of...
just like homosexuality.
All human societies were slave owning. So you can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided...
Oh, wait, address that first.
What, about
all
slavery?
Human societies were slavers. So you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
based on
the
their
UK.
Interpretation of the Bible.
It was the Protestant Christians.
Which evolves over time.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you,
nice
sir.
talking to you, too.
Yes.
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
Brian. So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner.
So, what's the game? It's Space Marine 2, dude. How do you not know? Oh, okay. All right. And then 2 seconds later, you say, oh, Space Marine 2. I'm sorry for jumping down your throat, but it's kind of like, you know, one of my things, right? $20 from Grassroots. So God is real and bi-curious mostly because of this chat. I mean, so this is an interesting thing. So if we expand God past the human dogmatic Christian church related understanding of God, then God 100% created women as well as men. And you know all those vulgar jokes about whether or not God understands like sodomy or God understands the hedonic pleasures of sex. God probably understands that. If you conceptualize that as like the fundamental ordered and creative force of the universe, then yeah, you know, if it's conscious at all, it probably understands the reward mechanisms of sex because it instantiated those in order to incentivize procreation, right? to create whatever vulgar jokes you want out of that. Yeah, in the movie Dogma, hedonic sex is the running joke. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and it ultimately comes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, because I would say by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, I'm going to write that down as well because that's the second definition of God that he's provided. So Elijah and Jonah define conscious manifest, God as conscious manifest. Then let's put another bullet point here. Then God is the unity. God is the unity on which moral claims are based. Now, I don't I don't like that definition. I don't think it's particularly good, but I'll keep it in my mind for the sake of the argument.
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Okay, I am Grassroots. You are way too kind. You are way too kind. 100 cigarettes. So so I'm going to shout out the other people too, because other people have been kind. Melon Conley, Sean Kaplan, Grassroots Hegemon have all donated today. Thank you kindly. And Grassroots with the insane donation again. I lied. I don't actually want to encourage animal welfare. Instead, I want to face Zoomers to watch Dogma. There you go. Okay. So if you want to please the oiler of our chat, then please watch the movie Dogma. It is by Jay and Silent Bob, I think. Dogma movie. It has Jay and Silent Bob. Take a look at it. That way you can see it. Jay and Silent Bob, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are angels who have ripped off their wings, rejected God, and are trying to start the apocalypse. And Jay and Silent Bob go on a silly stoner misadventure to stop the apocalypse. And I think that, I forget, Chris Rock. Chris Rock might be like a manifestation of Jesus. I forget the exact plot, but the whole point is that there's a bunch of religious rants mixed with stoner humor, mixed with apocalyptic narratives, mixed with all sorts of silly shit. It's actually a pretty heretical, if funny and weird movie. So if you want to please our oiler, please go watch that movie. Old School says, God understands sex, but Jesus doesn't understand why he had to die without having it. Ooh, heresy in my chat. 100 cigarettes would cover me for half the day. Yeah. Well, John, so Grassroots buy Connor a new PC so he can play Darktide and Space Marine 2 without a bitching PC. What's interesting is I could get a second PC and or an Xbox, like a gaming console. And then apparently this is what Nick DiOrio does, is that the console runs the game while the PC runs the stream. And therefore it's easier to transmit the game because the console is taking all the load for the game. So yeah, mogging poor peasants, it's his job. It's what he does. Grassroots just mogs all of the peasants. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell.
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
We can get
into
it's the opposite of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay. And so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition, because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral exercise...
And when you're talking about morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God,
It's more specific than that.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If it's
going to come at your expense, would you still follow it?
Expense.
If God came down and said, here is my...
Well, hold on. So this is actually interesting and needs to be contended with. So when it comes to, if it comes at your expense or if it comes at your benefit, okay, this is actually really interesting because we talk about this on the stream all the time. The hedonic treadmill, okay? So Stephen, God bless him. I love him. You know, parasocial love to Stephen. We might be hanging out next week. But Stephen Bennell lives a hedonic life, or at least he used to. I don't know if he does anymore. So he would see something that he wanted. He would pursue it. He would get it. He would get the pleasure of it. He would enjoy the pleasure temporarily, and then he would pick a new thing to pursue. This is the hedonic treadmill. This is what human beings are typically used to in reward systems. So it's not like necessarily a moral judgment. The reason why it can become a moral judgment is because you can allow yourself to be enslaved by the hedonic treadmill to the point that all you care about is being obsessed with pleasure, self-gratification, all that kind of stuff. And that seems to be like a pretty natural way for humans to live, is to exclusively pursue your pleasure, the minimization of your pain, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas what Christianity and what, Jordan Peterson is saying is that actually voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of God on earth is the call of Christianity. Now, you're going to have to use flowery metaphorical understandings of this in order to get this. But effectively what it is human beings should self-sacrifice for the whole, not just for the whole, and not just for external benefit, but it actually does bring, a certain level of like purpose and sacrifice and self-love and self-hatred and all sorts of really complex emotions. And what I mean by that is, if I was purely a hedonic treadmill pursuer, there's no way in hell I would have ever joined the Marine Corps. There's no way in hell I ever would have been a law enforcement officer. There's no way in hell I would have volunteered in my community. I probably still would have had a family eventually, but I would have focused on hedonic pleasure infinitely more. And I probably would have still been screwing around until my mid-30s as far as relationships go. And so as a result, that like selfishness, that narcissism, that pursuit of pleasure can actually be kind of detrimental, not just for society, but for me as well. And so when you're willing to voluntarily self-sacrifice towards higher aims, you can actually achieve a better society and a better person, at least as far as our moral judgments go in the West. So I'm actually perfectly okay with this guy not understanding that not all morality is rooted in self-interest. Like, you could argue that because Jordan Peterson is asking, what do you mean by expense? What do you mean by good? Because the argument from Christians is that the moral value and sense of purpose and virtue achieved in real world good that you achieve through self-sacrifice is better than the temporary pleasure that you achieve through self-worship and self-sacrifice. Grassroots 20 says, 0 honorable mentions of Alanis Morissette playing the best God ever and Alan Rickman playing the best angel. Okay, no more dogma shilling. Well, Alanis Morissette was very funny because they were talking about like God's a chick. And then Alan Rickman, God rest his soul. I wish he was still around for another 20 years because that dude he can act the crap out of a serious role and he can act the crap out of a comedic role. He does a really good job in both. LB says, why JP did show is beyond me, but I appreciate him for the crash out. Well, there's some interesting tidbits in here. Do they pay people to go on there? I don't know. And Grassroots, thank you for the 20. But I don't know if they pay people to go on there, but I would be surprised if Jordan Peterson showed up to a 20 versus 1 debate just for publicity and didn't get paid. I would be surprised. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that I would be surprised. All right, let's get back to the content.
Moral code, and you should follow it. But even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell. Are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ, right? Because they were required. Hang on, I'm answering your question. They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. So
let's define. Hang on. Let's define benefit. Like, if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Like, how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time? Like, what do you mean by you?
When you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right?
so here's my
I
position.
said that God, among other things.
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in the same position. Now, with that, I don't care.
Which is actually interesting. This guy and I are probably more aligned, even though I want to criticize him more aggressively. So that's perfectly fine. But what Jordan is going to say, or could say hypothetically, is that this guy's struggle with the truth, you know, what is, I forget what means, like, we who struggle with God. What is the word that means we who struggle with God? The word that means we who struggle with God is Israel in Hebrew. The name is derived from the Hebrew word yishra, to struggle, and El, God, and is a well-known meaning associated with Jacob's wrestling match with God in the Bible. Yeah, so, I mean, if you describe God as conscience manifest, and God is the unity on which moral claims are based, and that Christians are called to voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of God on earth, then... yeah, this guy, while he might not be a Christian in that he doesn't believe in Christ, and he might not be a theist in that he doesn't believe in God, he still struggles with conscience and struggles with morality. So he would be Israeli. I'm mostly joking. But the point is that is, you know, it's okay to not believe literally and still struggle with deep moral claims. I think that's the most interesting part of it. Then Kyle says, I got a good debate on morality that you'll really laugh at. Alex Malpass versus T-Jump. Dude, T-Jump and I had a conversation on his concept of universal morality, and I used his concept of universal morality to justify all sorts of horrible stuff. And he was like, yeah, well, as long as consciousness perpetuates, then it's good. And I was like, all right. Grassroots says, do you find it weird that his message changed on every topic after he got hired by Daily Wire? Kind of. I don't know if that's a wholly accurate assessment of what Jordan Peterson did, but I do think that he started hanging out with conservatives. And so as a result, he stopped being the nuanced centrist that wanted to understand everybody and wanted to assume that everybody had something positive to say. And instead he became a soldier in the culture war. I agree with that. The way you can tell JP is a grifter is because he has zero convictions in his beliefs and words. LB, I do not agree. Mr. Bimbastic says, I get it now. God's the Communist Party, which decides the moral code for us to live under. Well, some people would argue that. AF Racing says, this was one of Peterson's worst performances. These young whippersnappers exposed his inability to provide substance of any sort. Well, I wouldn't say no substance. We've gotten 5 bullet points. Unfortunately, it's taken an hour to get 5 bullet points. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, continuing.
Wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral.
Moral, what I ought to do.
Okay, and how do you come to that conclusion?
And what I ought to do, ultimately, it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking. And when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look at how Aristotle defined God, when he said that there had to be an unmoved moved or an uncaused cause, he was defining God from a linear perspective. And you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my definition of morality? How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself, and nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a hierarchical
and that is
structure?
What the quantum.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
Are some things, I think some things lead to more benefits than
Then,
others.
by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
What
let's
is
pause there? You've been voted out by the majority.
Right, dude. Right when it gets interesting, dude. They keep doing this. This is a struggle with the entire Jubilee format. Is that they actually just vote out the conversations right as they're getting good. Unfortunate.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe.
No, I'm okay with this. I'm 100% okay with this. This dude is actually, he's taken the fight to Jordan Peterson in the way that I think it needs to be done. So Jordan can say that Elijah and Jonah define God as conscious manifest. He can also say that God is the unity on which moral claims are based. He can also say that Christianity is voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of God on earth. These are all perfectly fine claims to have nested within the Bible, but that's not what most Christians believe, right? What most Christians believe, as far as I can tell, when you actually say like, I am a Christian, right, is that you believe in the Trinity. You believe that Christ is God manifest. You believe that he sacrificed himself in order to, I don't know if atone is the right word, but he sacrificed himself in order to atone for the sins of humanity, and that you believe that literally. God manifested himself on earth. He became a perfect human being. He lived a perfect life, and he was sacrificed in order to, cleanse the sins of humanity. That's Christianity. And that's a series of literal beliefs that Jordan has not contended with as being the belief system that is what most Christians believe in. So I actually like this line of attack because I think it gets to the heart of the conflict between Jordan Peterson and faith and Christianity. AF says, it's only clear if you think you already know his position. He refuses to answer basic questions and balks at the most basic hypotheticals, no substance. Well, like I said, we have half a dozen points. Atheists reject God but don't know what they're rejecting. An atheist define God as the all-powerful, all-perfect Logos incarnate through Jesus involved in this world. I thought that was a really good definition, and this actually gets back to the heart of the conflict that we're talking about. But Jordan, so far, has defined God as conscious manifest in the unity on which moral claims are based. So, well, I mean, there is stuff here. It's not articulated well, but it's here.
Notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Come on, JB. Come on, JP. Let's go. Grassroots, again, too kind. Crazy donation. JBP is an odd one. I would say it's great evidence of Jonathan Haidt's A Righteous Mind, an underwritten pact that is covered by Rory Sutherland in his book Alchemy. He wants all of what's available. Interesting. So, yeah, this, dude, believe. Yeah, dude, you got to bite a bullet. You got to bite a bullet somewhere. I'm going to let him dodge or bite as he chooses. But yeah.
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said, you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay.
So he's using really aggressive, like Jungian language, which is okay. I'm a huge fan of Jung. However, I don't think most people, especially in a materialist sense, especially in a post enlightenment sense, I don't think they use believe this way. Okay, so believe. I think that the way that most people use believe is going to be you are asserting that you believe something to be real. So I believe that the laws of gravity apply. I believe it because I am stuck in this chair and I'm not flying all over the room right now. That's why I believe in gravity. I'm not staking all of my moral worth on the theory or law of gravity, right? So that's where him trying to root it in this deep Jungian sense. I think what Jordan Peterson is trying to get at is the fact that he acts as though Christianity is real and he acts as though the God of the universe is real. And therefore, in that sense, he believes it, but he can't quite bring himself to literally believe in the Christian Trinitarian literalist interpretation. Grassroots says he wants all the righteousness of religion and all the money made by people like me. You're not wrong. Kyle says, sorry, but it's propositional. Strong disagree with JP here. True. What up, LB? Thimecat says, glad to just believe in God. All religions worship the same God. They just do it differently, except Islam is time. You had me at first. Ask any Christian on the street of any faction what God is. Not only will they say conscience, that's asinine. Yeah. I mean, AF, I agree with you. This guy is asking, what does the lay person believe? Right? I think he's being evasive. I agree with chat. He is being evasive.
So you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Well, can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
No, can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
Hold on. I understand Jordan Peterson's point, and I think that Stephen laughing and going, ha 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 ha. No offense, Stephen. Parasocial love. But being like, ha 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 ha, you've never dealt with this hypothetical before? Ha 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 ha. This is actually hilarious. Sorry, it's rant time. Connor rant time. We're going to get close. You and I, we're going to look into each other's eyeballs. This is funny because I feel like we're in one of these moments. So what Jordan Peterson is saying is that he does not believe, Jesus Christ, another dono? You guys are crazy today. But okay, hold on. That was the Grassroots one. But thank you, Grassroots. Crazy, crazy donos. Thank you, King. So let me tell you what, because I've watched tons of Jordan content. Let me go ahead and tell you. Truth, one of the 12 rules for life is like, tell the truth or at least don't lie, right? And the reason why he believes that is because he thinks that there are plenty of authoritarian dictatorial societies like Maoist China, like China in its current form, like Soviet Russia, like fascist Germany, where what happened was people went along with the lie in order to be safe. And so what happens here is when you ask, would you lie in order to save a relative or a family member or whatever, the answer is oftentimes going to be yes. Because if you look at the evil of lying versus the good of saving a family member, then it's an easy calculation. Same thing with the Jews, right? Where there's a Jewish person hanging out in your attic, you need to lie to the Nazis in order to save their life. And so as a result, you lie because the greater good is saving the innocent human being who's in your attic rather than the small sin of the lie. But what Jordan has argued in the past, which I agree with, is that societies like this, they don't come out of nowhere. What happens is you get used to lying in order to save your own ass because it's culturally inculcated, where truth becomes something that isn't necessarily based off of objective reality. It's based off of groupthink and tribalist cultish think, so you don't get rejected by the cult that you're a part of. Now, what's frustrating for me in particular is that this is something that Jordan Peterson hit super hard in 2016 through 2018 in order to attack the far left, where he felt like what was happening was the far left was culturally and socially pressuring people in order to say things that weren't true. And if you didn't say, well, if you did say the things that weren't true, you were left alone. Whereas if you said the things that weren't true, you were socially castigated and socially and culturally punished. That's what he believed was going wrong with the far left. My frustration with Jordan Peterson is that this is 100% going on with the quote unquote woke right. This is 100% going on with the cult of Trump. And as far as I know, Jordan Peterson has enabled the cult of Trump. So all of the things that he called out in the far left, I wouldn't say he's refusing. It seems like he's warming up to calling it out in the far right, but he's enabled it in the far right. Whereas if you had this like deep rooted, I will die for what I believe in, and I will not say what's not true, and I will call out people who are saying what's not true, you think that you would have as many people to go to war with on the right as you would with on the left. Unfortunately, I don't think that's as lucrative. And so I think Jordan Peterson is ultimately principled enough that he will come along, like come around to fighting the members of the far right. However, his lack of zeal with which he does it is frustrating to me. Because unfortunately for Jordan Peterson, I believe Jordan Peterson in 2016 to 2018 when he said that you say what's true even if you suffer as a consequence. I wouldn't let that happen to me, base, to be honest. So true. Gen X says, okay, my committee meeting is over. Any of y'all in Connor's Discord, I have a pic of one of our lobbyists that is pretty funny. Gen X, you and I, we need to talk about carbonization or decarbonization. No, we should all be hiding the Jews in our attic. No. What he's saying is don't allow society to get to the point that you need to hide Jews in your attic. Mellon Conley says, it's a shame because Peterson has made compelling arguments in the past for the symbolic or metaphorical value of religion, but he's kind of dodging right now. Yeah. The way Peterson talks about religion is not how my lived experience played out. Agreed. And what I mean by that is plenty of Christians are literalists, if that's what you mean. That is what Miles Taylor and Adam Kinzinger described the GOP. Yeah. And guess what? I don't know about Miles Taylor, but I know Kinzinger. Kinzinger has suffered because of his willingness to tell the truth. He said January 6th was fucked up. It was caused by Donald Trump being a liar. It was caused by him being a piece of garbage. My fellow Republicans have turned into cultish zealots who will go along to get along because they don't want to get punished by the cult of Trump. And they know that it makes them more popular with their base. But I am incapable of doing that. Therefore, I'm going to continue to tell the truth. That's why I like Adam Kinzinger. That's why I think he's a principled Republican, even though he's retired now and out of the fight. I hope he's still in the fight in other ways, even if he's not a representative anymore. But that's where I think that those people are 100% required in order to perpetuate a republic, because if you just have liars and grifters, then the society falls apart. So Adam Kinzinger is one of the people who will speak truth past the point that it's convenient. And I appreciate about that. Or I appreciate that about him. Jordan Peterson used to be the person that would speak truth when it was inconvenient, and he can be again. This is a matter of when the rubber hits the road, hide your Jews. Agreed. When everything is falling apart, you need to hide your Jews. Sure. AF, you can say that it's a dodge. I'll agree that so far it's a dodge, but let's give him room to breathe. I was just giving you the line of argumentation that I've heard Jordan Peterson make in the past. That is stronger than what he's doing right now.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's far. Look, don't play games.
I'm not playing games.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you.
So hold on, he's pointing to exactly what I just argued, and I get it. AF, you don't have to let up if you want to keep making fun of JBP. That's totally fine. But this is exactly what he's pointing to: is the cult think is what sets up this society in the first place. Nazi Germany, saying things that aren't true every single day, going unchallenged. Okay? This is the same thing with America right now, where Donald Trump is saying things that aren't true, and it's going challenged by the broad parts of society. We have that going for us. But there are vast swaths of the right who are going along with Trump on things that they know are factually untrue, but they're choosing to do it out of political and financial expedience. This is exactly what Jordan's talking about. And so as a result, like, you can say that this is bad argumentation. You can say that he's being evasive. You can say that he's being a coward, but there is a broader point here. And as a matter of fact, I would challenge Jordan Peterson. I would challenge him. You're saying that you would be willing to die to call out bullshit. Well, call out the bullshit with Trump. Call it out. Why is he taking a $400 million jet from Qatar? Why is he doing a $32 billion purchase of Bitcoin? It's because he's corrupt. Why did his son-in-law get a $2 billion financial management fund from Saudi Arabia? It's because he's corrupt. Everything that I can point to and complain about with Hunter Biden, which, by the way, I do think Hunter Biden was a Nepo baby who used his clout and fame and money in order to do tax evasion and in order to get tens of millions of dollars for his family. I do think that Hunter Biden did that. And all of the objections I have to Hunter Biden are still true. I still feel them 100 times worse with Trump, because not only is he doing it, the right side, who had no problems calling out Hunter, are seemingly incapable of calling out the grift on the far right. So this is my challenge to Jordan Peterson. Why aren't you calling out the far right? You're saying that you would not allow society to decay to this point. You've already made massive points about Soviet Russia, Maoist China, about the struggle sessions of the Cultural Revolution. You've talked about fascist Germany and how it rose up. Why won't you punch right?
You should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like, are you like
clarify it.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic
Yeah, yeah.
hypothetical
Like,
where
like
you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again.
Yeah. So again, Jordan Peterson, I don't know why he's being so offended. He needs to get out into the debate scene more, because the pearl clutching is not a good aesthetic. He should just say, hey, I think society decays when we start lying. So I would want to instantiate truth telling as a part of our society, so we never get to the point that we have to hide Jews. But of course, if we were in a society that was so bad, so corrupt, so evil that we needed to lie in order to save people's lives, then of course I'm going to lie in order to save people's lives. It's an easy hill to die on.
Again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity. with that
imagine
respect.
that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true.
Biz D, thank you for the donation. I would love to ask Jordan if calling for Kavanaugh to step down and then deleting it is considered a lie. I am the only one who remembers that. What did Kavanaugh do? Was it the sex assault stuff or was it something else? Went during his hearings? Mellon Conley, I want to thank everybody who donated, because Grassroots is obviously huge support of the channel and we parasocially love him, but I do want to thank everyone else as well, because I parasocially love you guys as well. Mellon Conley donated a couple of times. Sean Kaplan donated. Grassroots, obviously king of the channel in reference to donations, but also Biz D. Thank you to the half dozen people who have given us money today. Obviously, like the stream, it's free. It lets other people know that we're live. They can come out, hang out and chat, have battles and chat and have fun. Watch the VODs. If you miss a stream, you have to go. You got to work. You got to do this. You got to do that. Watch the VODs. We're already building up some AdSense revenue. It's very fantastic. It's free to you and it helps me out. So if you watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, like the VODs, it helps out a lot. And then I think I already said super chats. Super chats are never required, always appreciated. Seriously, the amount of support that the channel has gotten, despite how small it is phenomenal. I really do appreciate your guys' efforts on my behalf. Now, this guy's winning and he's mogging. Let's be real. Okay? Let's be real. He's mogging. He's mogging. Because Jordan Peterson wants to root everything in the Jungian understanding of like truth and belief, which I'm with. Like, I like considering the deeper levels of truth and the deeper levels of belief. However, you also have to contend with the way that lay people use language. And I don't like the fact that he's not willing or able to code switch. And I think that this guy is correct in calling him out and basically saying, you don't want to piss off your Christian base by making judgments about literal reality. This was the same thing with the dragon and him talking to, I forget who it was, but it was one of those fedora atheists, Dawkins. He was talking to Dawkins. And he was talking about whether or not dragons are real. And he was like, well, there's predators and there's fire and there's this and there's that. And he's totally correct in all of his assessments that there are threats in reality that can manifest metaphorically as a dragon. But you need to understand that dragon is a metaphor for threat. Now, are there dragons? Like, are there Komodos? Are there eagles? Are there sharks? Yes, there are predators in reality. Can fire be a threat to humanity? 100%. But you have to be able to delineate what's literally true, what's actually true, and what's metaphorically or spiritually true. So that is frustrating. Thank you, my lord. Grassroots hegemon. I don't like Connor all the time, by the way. It happens. I don't even like myself all the time, by the way. Connor, can you post a link to your Discord? Absolutely. Dragon D's. True. All right.
True in that circumstance, even though you like lied in that scenario. So
not
clearly that's
without
not
the
what you see to be true.
context that I put it in.
You were not willing to die for it. You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a
How's
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Great conversation.
Nice to meet you, smart ass. My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Hi.
Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with like defining terms.
Yeah.
This is the streamer Discord link is posted in chat. So if you want to hang out in the Discord, come hang out.
How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something rather than the other.
It's a hierarchy of preferences.
Yeah.
And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you could call it top or bottom, I
Yeah,
suppose.
right.
At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right. But at the
Or
bottom is
top.
God, and there
That's
are
a definition, yeah.
Yeah. So at the bottom is God, and
Yeah.
there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid and being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell.
I actually love this. I love this. So, and by the way, Xena, whatever, we'll get into it. Seems like a bright gal. She's already poking at the things that I care about. So here we go. What Jordan Peterson is saying, you don't have to agree with. However, I think it's an interesting way to conceptualize reality. I'm actually going to move you guys. I'm going to talk to you. You know, I'm going to look you right in your beautiful eyeballs. Look at me. Look at me. I'm looking at your beautiful eyeballs. Okay. So what you pay attention to is what you worship. Just contend with that for a moment. All right. So if I prioritize, let's say that I was a degenerate and I prioritize myself. Let's say that I did drugs, I engaged in promiscuity, I pursued shallow relationships, I chase cars, I chase material goods, watches, parties, all that kind of stuff, kind of like Sneeko. So what ends up happening is that manifests in the ways in which my life becomes. Sneeko, in my opinion, while he's still struggling with God through Islam, and he's also struggling with being a grifter, he does worship material reality, and that manifests in the way in which he conducts himself. And so there is an element of self-worship, and there is an element of kind of like Dionysian. Like I think isn't Dionysus like the god of pleasure and wine and shit? Dionysus, god. So the Greek god of wine, merriment, and theater. So I think that the Dionysian cult, right? So Sneeko, even though he claims to be worshiping God, Allah, he's a part of the Dionysian cult. And then same thing with like Apollo, like the worship of knowledge. I would actually say that, weirdly enough, Stephen Bennell is a Dionysian and Apollonian cultist. And so what I mean by that is he pursues pleasure in his personal life, but he's also an Apollonian in that he pursues like knowledge. Like he cares about like knowledge and truth and research and all that kind of stuff. And so this is like a Greek conception of the gods, is that you make sacrifices to each immortal force that is external of yourself. And so if you look at your life, you don't have to believe in the pagan pantheon literally. You don't have to believe in God literally, but there is something at your foundation that motivates you in the way that you behave. And so what I try to do, I do try to worship the creative, ordered force of the universe, regardless of whether or not there's an afterlife, regardless of whether or not there's anything really like a conscious being that put all of the universe into order. I do try to worship that order by putting things into order every day, by trying to make the world a little bit of a better place. And so in that way, I'm trying to worship the creative and ordered force of the universe by replicating what it does in this plane of existence. And I also do that through, as an example, prioritizing my family. I just spent 4 days with my family, and trust me, I was miserable. I hated it. You can clip this and send this to my wife. I hated it. And I'll tell you why I hated it. I hated it because we had a long drive and we had to fight through rush hour traffic. I hated it because we were super tired when we got home, so I couldn't hang out with the wife the way that I wanted to. We spent all day in the pool and the beach, so I got sunburnt like a motherfucker. Just being real. Sorry for the profanity, but I got sunburnt to hell. And then also my kids are very demanding, so they needed stuff all day, and I needed to make sure that they didn't kill themselves. Then we had a very long drive back, and I was dehydrated as shit, and I was miserable, and I had to do like 85 miles an hour in order to get home so my son could go to his end of school year party. Okay. I hated it. Huge pain in the ass. However, I love my wife. She's a good person. She makes my world fantastic. And I know that it made her happy to go on a family trip to the beach. I love my children, and they are fantastic human beings who should get adventure in their lives. And it's going to make them better human beings. And I should have adventure as well. And I should force myself to get outside, get some sun. I saw a fucking manatee, dude. I saw a manatee. I don't know a wild manatee. I didn't go to SeaWorld. I didn't go to the zoo and then see a sea cow in a plate of glass. I was at the beach and I saw like an 800-pound animal pop up and go back down into the ocean. You know how fucking crazy that is, that I saw a manatee in the real world, right? So that's bananas. And also, like, I saw pelicans that were hunting. I saw seagulls that were hunting. There was all sorts of really cool shit that happened as a result of this trip. And so I hated it. It was a huge pain in my ass, but I ended up worshiping the thing that I try to prioritize in my life, and I tried to make the world a better place as a result. And so I want you to think about that is, are you selfish? Are you worshiping yourself? Do you worship your own intellect? Do you worship your own pleasure? Are you a part of the Dionysian cult that pursues wine and merriment? Are you a part of the Apollonian cult that pursues knowledge? Are you a part of the Martian cult? Because the Martian cult is based where you pursue strength and warfare. These are mythological conceptions. They're not literal, but you should consider what is rooted at the base of your belief system. Do I worship a manatee? No, but very cool creature. Very cool creature. I bet she's watching already, probably. I worship Maslow's hierarchy. Based, bro. Based. AF. Welcome to the chat, dude. I talk about Maslow's hierarchy all the time. All the time I talk about it. Grassroots 10. I just want to be clear. I do not worship you. Yeah, of course. Of course. We all have different gods. Cafe says, I think you're conflating egoic worship with religious worship. If the body is the temple of God, then religious worship would mean that you stay away from drugs and maintain your health. True. And you can flip these things to mean different things based off of context, 100%. Sacred Snow says, long drives around Florida drivers and being tired, but beaches, pools are epic. They can be. I was overexposed. LB says, listen, Connor, we all know you married above your weight class. Probably. BizD, I said, I prayed to God last night, and then not 5 minutes later, I opened up a bottle of vodka. I need to fix what I worship. Hey, it happens. Yeah, manatees are based. Okay. All right. I think that's the main thing that people are drawing from it is manatees are based. Bacchanalian. There you go. Yes. Yes. I said a little prayer to Poseidon. I said, please do not send a shark in order to bite me. You know, Poseidon, I know that you're more of a Mediterranean sea god, but if you could please not send any of your sea creatures to bite me, that would be fantastic. Melon Conley says, I think there's a lot of merit to the idea that everyone is religious in some type of way, but I also find that the notion can be used very condescendingly when applied to religious folks to atheists. It is. And that's why the atheists in this conversation are going to reject it, is because they're saying like, okay, you're just talking about prioritization, which I agree. Like it can be used to be super condescending, 100%. But my point is that like, you do have an animus. You do have something that wakes you up and makes you move. And oftentimes with bed blobs, this is part of the reason why I don't like materialist, leftist, nihilist hedonists like Vosh can be sometimes, is because I don't think that self-worship is enough of a motivating factor when you hate yourself. I don't think that that's enough of a motivating factor. And then I also think that nihilism and depression, when you worship or believe in nothing, then oftentimes you won't have an animus. You won't have a reason to get up. And so it's not the question of whether or not you believe in something or whether or not you should believe in something. It's a question of choosing the right thing to believe in order to motivate your life. So for the party, the Dionysian cult. Yeah, you guys are loving it. Lots of Dionysians in my chat. Cafe says, I think it may be a cultural influence, whether it be a geographical area or a set of parents, a social group, etc. I mean, I grew up like that and I adopted atheism in my teens, but I grew out of it sometimes in my early 20s when I really started looking deeply into these topics in comparative religion, philosophy, theology, phenomenology, and epistemology, metaphysics, what have you. Yeah, I love this stuff. I love digging deep. Sogo says, I spend tons of time in the water. I'm asking Poseidon to let me come home one more time. Well, then Sogo, if we are around when you are dying and you want us to attend your water funeral, then we will do so. Okay. We'll put you on a Viking raft. We'll give you a Viking cremation and we'll send you out to Poseidon. I worship Gork and Mork, which by the way, those aren't the worst gods to worship. Those are like revelry. You know, it's like a party, but it's also like a violent party. Worship Gork and Mork are based. Sully the Ragged says, addressing your previous point about lying, Anne Frank lived in Holland. The neighbors who hid her had no part in the rise of the Nazis. That's interesting. Sully, that is interesting. How do I phrase this? The Hollanders, what do you call them? The Flemish? I forget. It might be the Flemish. The Flemish, the Danes, they did not participate in the same sins of the Germans. And so they might have been paying for the sins of the Germans. LB says, you'll be far better off applying yourself to education and the sciences. Nope, wrong. Wrong. Eric Dom says, I found out I can worship God, Jesus yesterday, but I have to imagine them as female. Well, hey, listen, God is God understands all, okay? So if you need God or Jesus to be female in order to worship them, you do what you got to do. Bizd says, I removed myself from the atheist movement for many reasons, but mostly because that fat guy with the fedora. The sins of the Germans. God, you're so brainwashed. You don't even know what we're talking about. The vicious. Netherlanders. Hollandes. Oh, jeez. Oh, the vicious. We already had one of you earlier in chat, okay? If you can engage, I'm going to challenge you right now. I want you to listen to the words that I'm saying. If you can challenge yourself and you can listen to chat and you can listen to me and you can engage in a conversation, I'll be happy to have you as a part of this chat. But if you just keep spamming, everyone is an idiot except for me, I'm going to ban you. I'm just giving you a heads up. So if you can engage in conversation, have fun. If you can't, I'll remove you. No problems. It is what it is. All right, continuing.
For example, that's what happens in totalitarian states.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying.
So they're not all equal. Like all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right.
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
That's an excellent question.
I'm going to answer the question real quick. How it instantiates in the world. So if you have like a fundamental belief system that actually has really good results, I would say that is a better belief system than an alternative. And I would say Christianity, flawed as it is, actually does have a lot of positives. So I'm curious to what Jordan Peterson is going to say, but that's what I would say.
Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid and it's fun. So then you play again and again and again.
So repetition.
It's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend, and a friend is better than having a game, right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right. So we're explaining like characteristics that can be applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better? And what does better mean?
Well, one hallmark of better is
normally Jordan Peterson asks that question. It's funny that she's asking it.
Likely to be selected voluntarily.
Right.
So it's
oh my God, LB, you are such a fedora. I love you, okay? So don't get it twisted. I love you. I love you for being a part of this chat. LB says, you see, Connor, if you educated yourself, you know that you would call people from the Netherlands the Dutch. Dude, believe it or not, I actually grew up in Belgium. From when I was 8 to 11, I was in Belgium, and half the country speaks French and half the country speaks Flemish. And the Flemish, I forget what they called themselves, but effectively, like the Flemish side, they hated the French, and the French hated the Flemish backwards. And so I referred to the Flemish as an ethnicity. But I also think that if we look at Belgium, Google Maps. So the Netherlands, right? So where is Holland? Beautiful country, by the way. Absolutely beautiful country. Where's Holland? Yeah, so Holland, I literally typed in Holland and it pulled up the Netherlands. So these are like synonyms, right? But then on top of that, Denmark, you're saying that they're all the Dutch. But we didn't refer to the Denmark as the Dutch. They were the like Danes. Then the Netherlands were the Nederlanders. The Belgians were the Belgians. And then also, guess what Germany is referred to in German? It's Deutschland. It's the land of the Deutsch. So the reason why I'm confused is because Deutschland, the land of the Deutsch, should be like the Dutch should be the Germans. And then to further confuse it, Pennsylvania Dutch are Germans. So people in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Dutch, the German immigrants who settled rural Pennsylvania, they're not Dutch, they're Germans. So, it's just kind of crazy. Although I do understand Hitler's argument now. Look at this. If you look at this as a geographic continuity, I don't know if Hitler really should have invaded like Austria and Poland, but I do think that there's a stronger argument for Belgium, the Netherlands, and Denmark to be a part of Germany, just looking at it geographically. So, anyways, I goof. Yeah, Prussians. Listen, it's not my fault that there's 7 different names for people from this region, okay? That's not my fault. Flemings, the Flemish from Flanders. Yeah, exactly. AF says, only 2 things I hate in this world, people who are intolerant of other cultures and the Dutch. Exactly. Oh, you guys are so rude. But anyways, the Deutsch. Yeah, okay. Not my fault. I'm going to say not my fault. We're going to get back into the content. I appreciate her line of questioning because I do think that she's actually getting something in here. I also wonder if she's going to last longer. I'm just going to be a little racist. I wonder if because she's a person of color, female, if they're going to give her longer time before they vote her out. Education, Connor, and you won't be confused. I am highly educated and I am still very confused.
Descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in some type of system with a goal, an output being like, we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Harmony,
Yeah,
right?
that's better. Not happiness precisely because it's too short term.
Exactly.
But eudaimonia.
So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output. But what we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement it and it produces the opposite results to which you intend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's not a good system.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right,
Okay,
so we're talking about
okay.
within a system. When we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply moral with no reason. Like, stance independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such,
but this doesn't exist, okay? And I'm going to try to point this out to you. So stance independent, number 1, I don't think exists. Number 2, it does depend on perspective. Sorry, quick rant time. This is my show, so I shouldn't apologize for talking to you guys, but I'm going to anyways. So stance independent, let's say that human life is good, right? We just like try to stance independent human life is good. But then you add in shit like Tay-Sachs, where human life is suffering. Well, where it's a genetic disorder that all it does is cause suffering. And so existence itself is suffering. Okay, well, that's obviously not stance independent. Then same thing with like a serial killer. Like, well, we should preserve human life at all costs. Well, a serial killer, not only did he take, a dozen lives before he was caught and incarcerated, but we're going to have to slaughter tens, hundreds, maybe thousands of living creatures, cows, chicken, fish, all that kind of stuff, in order to keep this human being alive while they're incarcerated. And we're also going to have to, what do you call it? Do thousands of acres of agriculture in order to keep this person alive for the next 6 decades. Well, keeping them alive, in my point, that human being who has violated the social contract and done something so egregious that they violated the existence of other living and conscious beings, that we should not sacrifice dozens of living creatures who, while not as valuable as a human, have not violated any kind of social contract. And so, basically, I would say that person should be put to death if they have violated the social contract in such an egregious way that sacrificing for their perpetuation is actually not worth it. And then LB says, humanism is the only way to go. Go be religious if you want. You just cannot make public law. Thou shalt not kill. But LB, that's not even true. That's not even true within the Old Testament. Within the Old Testament, they said, thou shalt not kill. And then they went and sacked the cities of Canaan. It's very clearly, thou shalt not murder. So it's not, thou shalt not kill, because obviously we consume animals. We consume flora, plants. We kill each other in justified ways. We have self-defense. We have war, all that kind of stuff. It's so clearly thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not kill, I think, has done immeasurable psychological damage to the Western capacity for violence, because there's a 10 commandment. And so as a result, it has to be held with the reverence of the order of the universe. But literally, not literally, actually, as soon as the Jews got that order, they went and they sacked Canaan and they killed hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's thou shalt not murder, obviously. AF says, also human life upsets the symbiosis of nature. So good for us, but good for the coral reefs, the climate, et cetera. Yeah. And then we also have to look at the whole. So if we look at individual human good, but then we maximize individual human good, but then we disrupt the ecology of the planet so bad that we end up killing everyone. That's obviously not a good prioritization of well-being. So it's incredibly complex. Like that. That's the problem with these moral arguments and spiritual arguments, is they're incredibly complex. So people just, after a while, their brain shut down, including mine. But I love this stuff. I love exploring the fundamental aspects of reality and morality and God. I think it's great.
Such thing can exist? And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, like self-evidently?
Okay, the problem is you are unaliving someone, nor is it self-defense, so thou shalt not kill. Well, number one, it's again, it's thou shalt not murder. I will be insistent upon my interpretation because I think it's accurate. But LB, here's the thing, is so we have, I'm not going to show you, but cows are cool little creatures. Okay, they just are. They're cool creatures. They're just giant, dumb dogs that wander around in fields and eat grass and turn it into milk and then turn it into meat. Okay. Cows are genuinely some of the coolest animals on the planet because of what they do for humanity. And so you're saying that in order to perpetuate the existence of a serial killer, you are, instead of putting the serial killer down through euthanasia with, like, let's say that we just give him an overdose of heroin, you are willing to look this dumbass animal in the face, and you're willing to shoot it in the head with a bolt gun, which is that little bolt capture, device that they use in No Country for Old Men. You're saying that, like, let's say that he gets caught when he's 20, he's going to live to be 80, right? And let's say that the average person eats around 1 cow a year. You're saying that we should shoot 60 of these cows in the head in order to save this serial killing piece of garbage. What? So for me, it's like, no, I value the cow. The cow is a better producer for humanity, is a better moral actor for humanity insofar as a cow can be a moral actor. I like cows more than I like serial killers. So no, I'm not going to sacrifice 60 cows to save a serial killer. It's not going to happen. So if you want to kill 60 cows to save a serial killer, you go for it. But it's not, I'm not going to. This cow looks cool. I like this cow. I want this cow to live. So for as long as it can. Cows are cute. Turning into vegan gains? No, I'm still going to eat them. I'm just going to respect their life, and I'm not going to sacrifice them unnecessarily. I'd like to know what secular legislation is and what the desired alternative is. Maybe. Dude, they're cool right until you piss one off. For sure. That's all animals. Connor, I've heard these arguments. Are you dispensing justice as unaliving outside of self-defense, murder or not? No, it's not. Murder is the, like, extra legal, unjustified killing of someone. Murder definition. Murder is the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being to another. It's not unlawful. It's lawful. It's dispensed by the state after judgment and due process. So I like cows more than serial killers. Cows are sacred in Hindu culture. Yes. Yes. Connor, it sounds like you're making reasoning to accept the parts of the Bible you don't like. Well, I'm not a religious literalist. So you're right. I am a buffet Christian. I do read the Bible. How are you wrong to justify unaliving someone? Well, a serial killer wrongs society. So if a serial killer runs around killing innocent people, he wrongs society. And therefore, we should euthanize him the way that you would a crazy dog. Like LB, same thing with, like, a pit bull, right? Let's say a pit bull. Let's look at a pit bull. Pit bull dogs. So cute. I love pit bulls. I think they're great. But obviously they kill people every now and then. So a pit bull eats a child. Okay? Let's say a pit bull eats a child. Now, pit bulls can be raised well. Pit bulls can be raised poorly. And they do have a certain element of, I don't know, like I don't want to say moral agency, but they have the capacity to fulfill human good. They can be good partners. They can be good pets, not partners like sex partners, but they can be good pets. They can be good emotional partners. They can be guard dogs. Pit bulls are also amazing creatures, although they can be dangerous, right? So a pit bull kills a child. We're not putting down the pit bull because we think he's evil, although he could be like a real asshole of a dog. I have no idea. But you're putting down the pit bull because, number one, you don't want him to kill a child in the first, again. And then number two, because you don't want to spend the resources of slaughtering other animals in order to keep the pit bull alive. We make this moral judgment in reference to creatures all the time. We euthanize violent animals all the time. So I don't know why we're making a moral judgment separate from humanity. We can make moral judgments. Waiter, another child, please. Exactly. Religion wrongs society daily, yet haven't outlawed it. Dogs don't vote. Who cares? I don't know why you're assigning. How is putting a dog different than slaughtering cows? Because you're slaughtering one for food and you're preventing harm through putting down a dog. Those seem like quite different in motivation to me. Anyways, all right, enough about pit bulls and child murder.
Moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exists as good.
Sorry, Gen X said something funny and I have to address it. I never thought about this, but what if violent dogs actually are evil and have consciousnesses like that? Maybe that's why some cannot be tamed or trained or whatever. Gen X, I would argue that that's probably true. Because even when we're dealing with evil people, oftentimes evil people have like a psychotic, bipolar, schizophrenic issue, but then their environment is so bad that they engender violence as the way in which they interact with the world, and then they cannot be trained out of it. That's my experience with some violent people that I dealt with on the street. And so dogs who might already have like a violent streak, they might have been trained for hunting or guard dogs or fights or whatever. But then if they have something in their personality that already gives them an affinity for violence, and then they can't be trained out of it, then yeah, like you could view them as a similar parallel evil to a human personality. You don't have to kill cows or any animals to live, not equivalent. Well, are you vegetarian or vegan? I'm not sure. Put the dog on trial. Yes. Yeah, and cats. They're literally evil dragons. Yeah, cats 100% are like asshole ninja dragon monsters. They're just funny. Cats are just funny. Like that's the only reason why we keep them around. Cats are evil. They're just hilarious. My first dog was a ghetto dog, and he definitely was a corn dog. I love that dog, though. He was so cute. True. All right. Let's move on before we summon vegan games. True.
Because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how...
There's an element of that that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly...
Sorry, you're saying something crazy. Tyler Pham says, so when someone says murder is wrong, but then makes an exception like saying it's not wrong if the victim is a serial killer, it kind of suggests they just personally dislike that killer. Do you think I have a personal well, I might have a personal dislike for Ted Bundy, but do you think that like Ted Bundy, this guy got a lead pipe, went into a room of girls and beat a dozen of them to death? Do you think that I dislike him on a personal level, or do you think that this person shouldn't exist anymore because he did something so reprehensible that we don't want to give him the opportunity to do it again? Right? What is it? Like the clown killer. Who's the clown killer? The John Wayne Gacy, who I think went after kids. I forget his whole story, but John Wayne Gacy. Do you think that like I can't get a beer with John Wayne Gacy? I could probably get a beer with John Wayne Gacy. He might be a freak, but the reason why he needs to get put down is because he was murdering kids, right? Murder. And here's the other thing. You guys keep doing this where you conflate murder with killing. Murder is not killing. Murder is the unlawful, what is it? It's like the unlawful, unjustified, premeditated killing of one human being by another. Right? We have homicide all the time. Differentiate these points in your mind. Homicide is sometimes justified. Homicide is justified in war. Homicide is justified in self-defense. Homicide is justified in, I'm trying to think of what, it's not just self-defense, but like in the defense of others. And then you also don't extend this into the animal kingdom. You kill all the time. We kill all the time. So you're saying that there's killing, but then there's exceptions on whether or not a killing is justified. It's like, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm 100% saying that there's different times that killing is justified and there's different times that killing is not justified. I am saying that. LB says, no, I'm not vegan, but that's irrelevant. You're saying that we should waste $5 on scumbags, but can you take another person's life? What Bible are you reading? I'm not a literalist Christian. And also there's all sorts of killing in the Bible. What are you talking about? They love killing in the Bible. Israel goes to war all the time in the Bible. Grassroots says, I would pay 45 times a super chat to get a dog as good at massacring groundhogs as my old border collie bud. Best farm dog ever. Made fun of him for being old when he was 14 and he smoked like 10 groundhogs and put them in a pile. Overpowered dog. Based. What? It is killing. The Bible has brainwashed you to thinking unaliving to use killing as justice. No. The New Testament actually argues the opposite. The New Testament argues that it's like the remit of God to judge the souls. I'm arguing to judge the souls. If anything, it's my experience with secular culture that has made me more amenable to killing. Anyways, sorry. We're gonna, LB's one galling me, so we need to move, or else we're never gonna move.
Tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. And so Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay, so Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good, like stance independently, something that can be good?
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
Okay, so
you mean independent of people?
Independent of people. We can use that, or more so, I want to be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay. I completely agree. So in a sense, this is why—
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in congruence.
Oh, right, okay. It is God.
That's right. That's right. That's good. That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes like that's what I'm trying to figure out, because
that's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so someone can have a God, because in your definition, your first preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right, and not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So not that they're even saying that they believe in God, but they just—
No, but that's why I'm saying this to you.
I actually like this. Tyler Pham says, you believe in objective morality? I believe in observable morality. So what I mean by that, excusame, is that objective. So objective being like separate from the subject. I don't think I agree with that, because you need a subject in order to observe morality. However, I think that we can look at a holistic view of morality observed through nature. So as an example, for a tiger is going to want to kill and eat shit. Now that's bad for the gazelle. The gazelle hates that shit. And so to the gazelle, getting eaten by a tiger is bad. But for the tiger, eating a gazelle is good. And so you're going to have these like perspectives based off of locus on what is good and what is bad. But we could look at the holistic, where if tigers ate all gazelles, then tigers themselves would run out of food and therefore all tigers would die. So that's not good. So there has to be some level of balance with like the nature in order for that to be good. Same thing with the gazelles. Well, if they can never get eaten by a tiger, then as a result, their population could explode, and then they could die of starvation, which is also a bad, right? And so what I think it is possible is that human beings, I think, are sufficiently intellectually and socially complex that we can observe social phenomena and we can aim towards the highest good that's possible for as many people as possible. This could be called utilitarianism, I guess, but then people argue about how you measure like utils and what's actually useful and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is, like, Tyler Pham says, do you believe in objective morality? Not insofar as like God created a universal moral code that is obvious, that we can all observe, that we can all defer to. That's not what I mean by objective morality. But I do think that humans are sufficiently socially and psychologically complex that we could understand the ultimate good for as many beings as possible. Not just humans, but the entire planet and maybe even the entire galaxy. We are sufficiently sophisticated to understand that. Gen X says, yesterday my legislature changed the definition of IVF embryos to distinguish them from regular embryos because of the Christian moral hypocrisy. Based? Where's vegan gains when you need them? Please, God. No. Only because I got like schizo stalked by some vegan gain supporter while we were doing that. Yeah. All right. Anyways, back to the arguments, but I wanted to answer Mr. Pham wholeheartedly.
That Christ himself points out that there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act it out. And the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
But he also says that, to be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that like acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, the principles of God, like for example, sacrifice, like you talk about, means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation and then, kind of justify it as the truth.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that
he wouldn't need to. The cosmos itself. I'm going to hit y'all with a stoner thought real quick. Cosmos itself is rooted in voluntary self-sacrifice. So I'm going to hit y'all with a stoner thought. Okay. So we believe that the world, the universe, the materialist world was started by the singularity fracturing into many things. That's what the Big Bang is a gravitic mass singularity exploding in the void of space, expanding and then rematerializing into subcategories. Okay. And what Jordan Peterson said is that the root of Christian belief is that the cosmos itself relies on voluntary self-sacrifice. Well, if you look at definitions of God, he's the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. He is everything that ever was, is, or will be. He understands all that was, is, or will be. And so as a result, if you want to map that onto a materialist definition, then God could be viewed as the singularity that sparked all of existence. And what's funny is that if you take that literally, then that singularity is now disparate. There is more mass there's more space that doesn't have anything in it than there is mass that's actually real. Like when I press my fingers together, believe it or not, even though I feel the pressure of it, apparently there's something where the atoms in my finger don't ever actually truly touch. They kind of like repel each other because of their gravitic fields or their mass fields. And that's what I feel with pressure. And so if you believe that, you're taking the material and you're projecting it onto the spiritual claims or vice versa. Then what God did, here's the stoner thought, is he killed himself so you could exist. That's what God did. He was the singularity. He was everything. He was everything that was, everything that is, everything that would be. and then he killed himself and exploded himself and scattered his essence across all of the stars in order to make it so you exist. And one day you might return to him. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if this is some schizophrenic, acid-based thought, but that's a stoner thought that I had once. The name Xenia has been ruined for me. Never a fan. Watched The Warrior. Another other is a schizoid. Well, yeah. But let's face it. Lucy Lawless, whatever her name was, beautiful woman. Sarah says, that what I literally think the universe is God. It pisses off my Christian relatives. Yep. Gen X says, oh shit, I forgot about the Warrior Princess. Even I kind of love the schizoid one. I can save her. No, you can't. She was horribly verbally and emotionally abusing Darius on stream. Whether or not Darius deserves it is different. That's DGG drama. Jonah Boy says, yeah, reality gets really weird on the microscopic level, like how all our cells are replaced over time, but we feel continuity. Yes. AF says, mosquitoes rely on sucking the blood of other creatures. Why do I have to extrapolate the self-sacrifice of the universe to be a fundamental guide if I don't apply that to extrapole to mosquitoes? Because mosquitoes are parasites. And maybe what happens is if you're a piece of shit in this life, then you're reincarnated as a mosquito in the next one. So everybody hates you. Everybody swats you. You're a carrier of disease. You're like a child of Nurgle. Sacred Snow says he gooner-sided existence into existence. It's the Big Bang for a reason. True. I've always said peer pressure is a myth. I don't believe in it. Not one bit. I don't know why. All right. Anyways, I wanted to give you my stoner idea. Looks like some of you are playing with it. Some of you are like, I hate that. So, here we go.
Our rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win. Right, and I can found a whole society on that, and that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society that was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to. Right, now the contrary to that would be something like you give up voluntarily and with courage all the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future and other people. Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance kind of to this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrificial.
So the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem when they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. And they noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right. So is that person Christian, though? Is that person Christian?
To some degree, again, that's a matter of definition, because they wouldn't be proclaiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern. Right. So you imagine that full Christianity would involve a dozen things. And you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
So then they'd be 8/12 Christian or something like that.
Christian. Well, but to be like a full Christian, how can someone say I am Christian? Like I am Christian, not 8/12, but Christian.
Well, I hesitate to do that personally, because I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about proclaiming the technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary. 8/12s or, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the optimal situation, how you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same, right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing. And you could imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner, but proclaims nothing.
So what I'm kind of seeing is like a descriptive, a really comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see
Why in boxes?
like when I say in boxes, I mean like I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily what you say, but based on your actions that you are more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be like 60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting in that way.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that debate.
Let's pause there. He's been voted out by the majority.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
So I'm excited to get to the annoying guy who allegedly stomps on JBP, but I feel like that guy already got the answer, was that, you know, voluntary. So in order to be a Christian, Jordan Peterson believes that voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of heaven on earth is what Christians are called to. And he might try to act that out, but he doesn't know whether or not he literally believes it. And the reason why that kid who's going to come up and be smarmy, the reason why that kid is being so aggressive is because he knows that if Jordan Peterson says, well, I act that way because I believe that way and I'm ready to die for those beliefs. However, I don't know if I literally believe in Christianity, then that's going to piss off his fundamentalist and literalist segments of his audience, of which there are large parts. She had the best combo with him so far, I think. Yeah, she was great. I love it. She was great. Is this a smart aleck?
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your
All right, let's write this down because I have a feeling this is going to be the most contentious of the entire thing. Attend to, prioritize, sacrifice for. Okay.
understanding of worship.
Well, I could flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay. Do Catholics attend to Mary?
Yes.
Okay. So do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back.
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within
And
the
there's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary is
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't
Well,
add that to my definition.
you understand.
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Okay, now
there's
you're
a-
adding stuff to the definition, but your original
I
definition.
added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either
it,
you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited.
Oh, everybody, dude, whenever I find like a dunk clip.
Besides trying to make, you really have no idea.
All right.
Right, but they also have to identify with.
Whenever I find
other
a
women.
dunk clip, I very rarely get the level of satisfaction of the original clip. So that's, this is probably where we're at. Sorry, I accidentally clicked the back button. So I think that Jordan would 100%, like, actually Xena, whatever her name was before, she had an infinitely better conversation where human action, human thought, and human imagination are the things that you would hope a believer would line up on. And I think that Jordan Peterson says that Christians are called to voluntarily upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of heaven on earth. I think that he would say that he does that. But when it comes to the fundamental Christian belief, I think that you have to be Trinitarian, where you think that God is a conscious being who manifests in reality via miracles, and that he has a Trinitarian manifestation between the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ, in which he literally came to earth in order to give humanity the blueprint to fulfill biblical prophecy, right? I think that's what Christians, literalist Christians, would do. And so what this guy is doing, which I understand why Jordan Peterson is getting pissed off, but let's face it, this is the crux of the debate, is he's trying to call out Jordan Peterson for acting as though he's Christian, but not espousing actual Christian belief. And so he's trying to segment Catholics away from the rest of Christianity in order to piss off the Catholics. And he's trying to segment Jordan Peterson away from the Christians in order to piss off the Christians. Now, as an anti-theist, he has every right to do this, and Jordan Peterson should stand on business and defend himself, right? But, you know, I don't think this defensiveness... Jordan should be ready for this. I'll put it that way.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back.
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within the
There's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary
below.
is quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't add that to my definition.
You understand?
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Okay, now you're adding stuff to the definition, but your original definition.
I added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either
it,
you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I
private.
was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something. You are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
No, he got the clip. He got the clip. Oh. No. Okay. So what that kid did, good for him, I guess. You know, we'll hang out together because that's obviously going to be the climax of the show, so to speak. But what that kid did is he showed up and he said, well, Catholics believe crazy stuff, do they not? And JBP was like, well, I don't want to piss off the Catholics, so I'm going to be evasive. And he's like, well, Christians believe in literalist stuff, don't they? And so you need to stake out some ground. And JBP was like, well, I'm not going to. And then he was like, okay, well, you're not really owning anything. Therefore, you know, you're not going for it. And then kind of calls him out, which, by the way, I'm okay with. Because this is the thing. I'm gonna call out JBP a little bit, even though I like him a lot. Is the fact that he just needs to own it, man. He needs to own it. Okay, I get it. Large swaths of your audience are going to be pissed off. They're going to complain. Oh, you know, you led me to Christianity yourself, and yet you're not able to make the final leap in order to be a Trinitarian literalist. Oh, you prioritize Catholicism over whatever stuff, but you only take it metaphorically. Oh, you do this. Oh, you do that. Okay, yeah, your base is going to hate you a little bit. Do you know what would be better? Is if you stood on business. That would be better. It would be substantively better for everyone involved if not only did you not lie, but you also told the truth. That would be fantastic. That would be better. So the fact that he wasn't ready for that, he actually could have just referenced 2 conversations before with, I think her name was Zena, and he could say, I'm a Christian in the sense that I act as though God exists, and that voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of heaven on earth is good. I also believe in Christianity and the fact that I think that this is rooted in the cosmos itself. And so as a result, I try to follow that. I have difficulty believing literally in the miracles and stories of the Bible. And I also bounce between the literalism and the metaphorical nature of biblical parables and biblical stories. Therefore, some Christians would call me a Christian because I do these things, but some Christians would call me not Christian because I haven't voluntarily accepted Christ as my personal savior, and therefore this Trinitarian literalism. He could just say that. He could just say that and own that. And I'm sure in other places he alludes to that. But when he's on the, Schrodinger's Christianity. Exactly. Yeah, unfortunate. Dashing Rogue for $5. Thank you for your donation, King. Regarding the change of title, it should be 1 Jungian Gnostic mystic versus 10 atheist identitarians. Probably. But Dashing Rogue, I think I might have seen you on Twitter say something similar. My issue with Gnostic is that I think that Gnostic specifically prescribes that like God is Yahweh is actually like a sand demon from the Middle East and North Africa who did create the universe that we understand, but we're actually in his prison. And so it's our job to understand the nature of reality so we can escape the prison of this plane of existence, which I think is funny. So, Gnostic is, I think, a little too specific for what I would use. You know what you've done? You made me tired, .jbp. True. That's Danny from Phil Talk. He made a video about the clip on his channel today, I believe, or yesterday. Interesting. The rage quit is funny. Yeah, he was just being too much of a smart ass, but he got his clip. Stop cornering me. It's not fair, you smart ass. You guys are silly. Silly. Gnostics were crazy. Lol, Canaanites were even crazier. Yep. Being a Christian has a hard definition. You have to believe Jesus is the Son of God sent to save mankind from eternal damnation. Fence-sitting coward, JBP. Well, I'm more with JBP. I don't literally believe in the Trinity. However, I do think that existence itself could be imbued with voluntary self-sacrifice upward towards higher values, being a fundamental moral lesson that human beings are supposed to learn in order to make the world a better place. So non-literalist. Anyways, sorry. I've been distracting, but we've been having really good conversations in chat as well. Let's add back. Dang, he did not last long. That was only 2 minutes. Lol.
Hi there.
Hi, nice
What's
to meet
your
you.
name?
Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Nice to meet you, sir. So you've said that worship is when you prioritize and sacrifice for something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a hierarchy in there.
Sure. So I prioritize and sacrifice for my wife more than I would prioritize and sacrifice for a random person on the street, right?
Probably, yeah.
Presumably. Do I worship
I don't know.
my
I've
wife?
seen some pretty bad marriages.
Assuming a good marriage, are you saying I worship my wife?
I'm trying to define worship.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So prioritize and sacrifice. I do
The
those
higher
things.
it is in the hierarchy, the more what you're doing is akin to worship. But even in your trivial acts of attention, you're prioritizing and partaking in worship.
Moonshine 31 for $5 says, I finally caught you in a stream. Love you, Connor. Love you too, buddy. Thanks for hanging out.
Even if you don't know it.
So I am
And it's
prioritizing.
partly, with regard to your wife, say. So why do you value your wife? You do value your
Yes,
wife.
I love her. So I prioritize and I sacrifice for her.
Right. So that's within the confines of love, let's say.
Sure.
What else does it serve?
What else does what serve?
Your love in your marriage?
I am married to my wife because I love her. That's also why I prioritize and sacrifice for her. Right. I certainly wouldn't think I worship her, and I don't think anyone else would make that.
I'm
Are you
trying to
making
make
that
a
claim?
definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that there's a hierarchy of attentional priority, and as you move up it or down it, depending on whether you think about it as a pinnacle or a foundation, you move more towards worship. Right.
Okay.
So even the small things. I'll give you an example. Imagine you go on a date. Well, imagine that your aim is a long-term relationship like a marriage. Okay, now imagine that your aim is short-term sexual gratification. Your pattern of attention is going to vary during the date, depend on your ultimate end. That's the hierarchy. The way that you attend to your wife is dependent on your ultimate aims, even if you don't know it.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying
It's
worship is almost a
shades.
spectrum, right? Or it's not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that. That's a good question. It's like
when is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
the closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
How close
worship.
to the top? Because I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend. Well, love.
So you think I
apparently.
worship love?
Do you attend in consequence of love? See, I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
So I mean, something you worship is something that you have a reverential view for in a manner in which you believe it to be above and beyond normal things you like. Like you.
So do you have that attitude towards your wife?
I have that.
Do you
attitude.
privilege her compared to other women?
Of course, I privilege her compared to other women, but I don't worship her. Nor does she worship me.
By the definition you just offered, yes, you do. Because you just offered a definition that involved prioritization.
Let's take a look. Worship definition: the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. It says deity specifically. Then reverence definition: deep respect for someone or something. And so I think what JBP is saying, he's taking a very religious concept and he's making it mundane, which I actually like, by the way, because I think when you break down that definition into something that is understandable, then you can replicate the behaviors that are necessary for worship. And what I mean by that is attend to, sacrifice for, prioritize and sacrifice for. And so this is actually an interesting thing, is that I think there are people who worship their families more than God. I really do. And this is actually something that I've heard talked about in theology recently, is that so the correct orientation, at least according to like a religious person, a Christian person, is that God is the number one. The fundamental creative and ordered force in the universe is what you worship, and everything else is secondary. And the reason why you worship God more than your own family, more than life, more than your children, is because while you can attend to, sacrifice for, and what was the other one? And prioritize your family, which is great, by the way. You can do that in service to God because God kind of calls you to do that. But then if you lose those things, if your children die, if your wife leaves you, all that kind of stuff, and you don't believe in God or don't prioritize God, then you're kind of left with nothing. Right? You're left with the hollow, I want to say hole, I guess. So the hole where your family used to be. And there are people like that who, once they lose their family, they totally lose their minds. They might have been otherwise religious, but once they lost their family, their hatred to God, their hatred towards the creative and ordered force in the universe became so great that they lost their religion, right? They lost their prioritization of God because they lost their family. And so in that way, you could argue that they worship their family more than they worship God. And there's actually an interesting story. I think it's Jimi Hendrix, or it's somebody related to the Hendrix family. I forget who it is, but effectively there was some very great guy who was a fantastic musician. It's either Jimi Hendrix or is Jimi Hendrix dead? When did he die? It's not relevant to the story necessarily. Death. He was at 27 years old. So it's somebody else. But there was some other famous guitarist who was popular around that time. And he became a Narcotics Anonymous, Alcohol Anonymous guy. And he started worshiping God. And he lost his son to drug abuse. His son overdosed. And even after his son overdosed or committed suicide, he didn't go back to drugs because he was basically like, why would I return to drugs even though I've lost my son? I worship God. I didn't worship my son. So, I care about my son. I love my son. I hope my son is getting peace or experiencing an afterlife or whatever. However, my strength, my will was not rooted in the love for my son. And so in some ways, it feels a little callous, right? Because you're not allowing yourself to be shredded by the loss of a family member, which is oftentimes the worst thing that human beings can experience, at least on this plane of existence. But I do think it speaks to how you prioritize what you care about can affect how you react to trauma. You just looked up the definition. Don't sugarcoat it. I'm not sugarcoating shit. If you want to say that it necessarily has to be a part of a deity, then you can say that. I don't care. It's about the deity, not reverence. Words matter. Worship. Yeah, but so LB, the pushback that I would have against that is that you can have spiritual revelations that aren't related to a deity. So for instance, even atheists experience a sense of reverence and awe oftentimes in nature. Also, there are religions without a god. Like I'm pretty sure like Buddhism and Buddhism and Taoism, I don't think they believe in like a conscious god. And so they act in meditative and they engage in meditation. They engage in what could be viewed as like a form of prayer, but they themselves do not revere a deity. They don't have a personalized deity. So you can say like, no, it has to have a deity. Okay. And person lost their faith. Okay. Time waste. I don't think ancient India or ancient China or Roman Republic immoral just because they did not accept Christianity. Well, right, because morality can be relative. So morality, Christian morality is a kind of morality. It's not the sole human morality. How can God, created by us, give morality beyond our own morality? Because that's not Jordan Peterson's argument. He doesn't think that humans created God. He thinks there's something fundamental to existence. Club 33 is the Disneyland thing. Oh, okay. Talking about people dying early. A guy that worships in God's sake, centrist. A guy that worships God and Satan equally for balance. So true. Yeah. Yeah. Sacred Snow. Everything happens for a reason versus life's a bitch and then you die. True. All right, hold on. So, yeah. So hold on. LB, I want you to think about this though. Okay. Because power abhors a vacuum. All right. And so what happens with atheists is that they don't believe in a deity. They don't believe in a God. They don't believe that there is a fundamental creative force to the universe that imbues existence with observable morality that you are called to as a living and conscious creature to observe in practice. Okay. I don't think atheists believe that. But when you look at attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for, atheists oftentimes will attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for. And what's interesting is a lot of atheists end up becoming nihilists and hedonists. And so what I would argue is that in the place of worshiping God, they worship themselves and they worship pleasure. And if you look at the Bible and if you look at Greek mythology and Greek and Roman history, that's actually what a lot of pre-Christian philosophers warn against. And what a bunch of Christian philosophers warn against is self-worship and the worship of pleasure. So that's what I would warn against. Like the Nazis did, oh, they were Christian. Well, AF, that's arguable because most of Germany was Christian. However, the upper echelons of Nazis, some of them were like neo-pagans, and some of them thought that Christianity was Jewish subversion, the Jewish enslavement of the German people. So you got to be careful with that. There are no hedonistic believers. News to me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If you leave Stoic-based Greek and Roman, like Christian morality, it's almost exclusively hedonism. Hedonism seems to be the default almost. My wife worships me. Why not everyone else too? True. Everybody start worshiping Jack Darko. Give him attention and sacrifice for him. Perennial philosophy is the best. True. There's a religion that worships. Nazis believe they were the chosen people of God. Hence, why didn't God protect the Jews? Because from a Christian nationalist, anti-Semitic perspective, Christians had replaced gods. There was replaced the Jews. There was a new covenant. I don't take any of this shit literally. So you kind of, not LB specifically, but some of you keep like asking me religious questions like I'm a Christian literalist. I'm not a Christian literalist. So Christian nationalists, Christian anti-Semitism is rooted in the belief that God had the original covenant with the Jews, but the Jews rejected the covenant when they rejected Jesus. Therefore, they are no longer God's chosen people, and they're like a vestigial religious group that should be dealt away with. Also, manifest destiny, another excuse for God's chosen. And, LB, and religious people did bad things in the name of religion. There's atheists who have done bad things in the name of atheism. You can say that religion has been a more historically dominant force, but Maoism was anti-religious. The Soviet Union was anti-religious, and they did all sorts of horrific shit. Pretty sure the Cambodian Khmer were anti-religious. So, no believers in rape, murder, worship money, and do drugs. Again, news to me. I don't know if you're being sarcastic. Yeah, AF racing, it doesn't mean that you can be a hedonist and you don't have to violate humanist norms. Hedonism is just the maximization of pleasure and the minimization of pain. That's all it is. All right. Anyways, you guys are asking really complex questions, so I'm gonna get back into the content, but I'll save this for the next break.
In an elevation.
Well, and thinking that she is divine above and beyond what a normal natural phenomenon can be. Not other women, no, beyond any human being could ever be. I will prioritize her over any other human, but I don't think that she is some
You're making the
supernatural
assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship. And I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization. And there's either something at the top or the bottom, depending on the metaphor, or you're fragmented and confused. Those are the only options.
So let's say
you're either going in many directions,
okay,
or you're going in one direction.
So let's suppose I'm fragmented and confused. Then you agree I don't worship anything.
No, then you'd worship multiple things.
How? But so what's the threshold when it's worship? Right? I prioritize a lot of stuff.
I said that the closer you get to the pinnacle, or the
How
closer
close?
you get.
Can you give me some sort of metric? How close do I got to get to this pinnacle?
Do you know the difference between cheap literature and deep literature?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same issue. And how do you distinguish between them? What's the difference between cheap and deep?
I mean, it's really an opinion-based thing, right?
Is
I mean,
it? So it's just an opinion that Dostoevsky is better than a porno magazine.
Well, I've spoken to people who think To Kill a Mockingbird's cheap. It's one of my favorite books. So, I mean, people will differ on
Well,
opinion.
just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
That's certainly true. I agree with that.
Okay, well, do you think there is a hierarchy in literary quality?
I think that there is a hierarchy to an extent in literary quality, but I think once you get to a certain threshold, it is just opinion. Like, I agree. Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald better than Ernest Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is. Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine.
Okay, good. Well,
so it's about purpose.
So
and
let me, yeah, sure. Let me give you an analog then.
Okay.
The depth of worship is analogous to depth of literary significance, and the closer you get to what's deep, the more religious and worshipful your practice.
So to
and
use
maybe you
your
don't know what's at the bottom, but something needs to be, or you're confused.
Well, so to use your analogy, then how deep do I have to go for it to be worship? Do I have to be Catcher in the Rye? Do I have to be War and Peace? Or
It depends on what
Twilight
you're seeking for.
I'm seeking to know whether I worship something. You've claimed I worship something, and
Well,
I want
if you want
know
to have a deep and meaningful life, then you have to go all the way to the bottom or the top. And insofar as you're capable of doing that, because otherwise you'll be fragmented and miserable and anxiety-ridden and hopeless.
So I have to worship something to have a meaningful life. And if I
There's
worship
no
multiple-
difference between those two things.
Okay.
They're the same thing.
So if I don't worship anything, my life will not be meaningful, correct?
Well, that's the definition of nihilism.
Okay. So if I'm a nihilist, I don't worship anything.
That's true. And then you...
Okay. You just said everybody worships something. I think you just agreed there is a class of people that doesn't.
Well, they're incoherent in their worship, and hand gestures like that aren't going to help.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Look,
They're
if you're incoherent and fragmented and aim...
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Was this just quiet for the past 5 minutes? Did I just play the thing and just sat in silence for 5 minutes? I hope you guys were able to hear that. So, sorry. My apologies. Timeway says, what is your moral framework? How is moral relativity practiced in real life? And I'm sorry if I literally just left you in silence for a few minutes. You guys were still engaging in chat. What is your moral framework? How moral relatively practical in real life? So time waste. This is going to be a fairly complicated answer, but I'm going to try to boil it down. Morality is the analysis of good and bad. I think that religion is codified morality. And what happened was a bunch of Iron Age mystics went into fasting periods and went into, like hallucinogenic trances, and they observed morality through observing the pattern of behavior. And so as a result, morality is observable. Now, there can be conflicting morality, but ultimately one is going to win out, right? So for instance, in slavery, we do realize that it is better to be free than it is to be compelled to labor in the service of another with no benefit, right? So we kind of realize these things, and we try to evolve over time our understanding. So I don't take it literally true that the Bible is literally true and we must follow these moral analyses to the ends of the earth. But I do think that there is moral value, not just in mythology, but also in religion. And so I try to not just assume that I have like some perfect moral prescription on how to conduct myself in all life, but I do try to follow people who are smarter than me, who came before me. As an example, eudaimonia is Aristotelian virtue ethics, as far as I understand it. There's like 11 virtues. You can look them up. And there's an extreme, and there's a negative extreme and a positive extreme, and then there's the virtue in the middle. And so an Aristotelian virtue ethicist would say that the good life is achieved when you try to maximally adhere to these 11 principles. And so that's what I would do. I would try to follow the 10 commandments insofar as I think it makes sense. I would try to follow the 11 Aristotelian virtues as far as it makes sense. I would try to follow Christian parables and Christian morality and Muslim parables and Jewish parables and morality as much as I possibly can. And I try to evaluate good and bad based off of the feedback of reality interacting with my moral understanding. So hearing Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag made me chuckle in front of others at my job site. Based hand gestures. No, we heard it. Good. All right. My apologies for not showing anything on screen. We definitely heard it. You did it. You didn't sit in silence. Good. When I'm not doing what should I do experiences anxiety. When I'm not doing what I know I should be doing, I experience anxiety. Yes, BizD. Yes. And that's the other thing too. So I've had what could be defined as spiritual revelations. What I mean by that is I was in a place that was lost. I didn't understand everything. I was frustrated. I was anxious, all that kind of stuff. And then I was like, well, what do I do? And what ended up happening was poof, kind of like a vision, like a flashbang. I just saw my future laid out in front of me, both like the path to hell and the path to a good life. And I was like, okay, well, I can either continue doing what I'm doing, that's nihilistic, hedonistic, self-worshiping, etc., and I can have this miserable life that I'm I had plenty of pleasure. Pleasure wasn't the problem. It was contentment, happiness, purpose, all of those things. Or I could become disciplined and I could follow the religious morality that I was taught as a child, and I could also pursue these higher level virtues. And then I could have a meaningful life that was filled with purpose and contentment. And what I found was through voluntary self-sacrifice, aiming towards a higher goal, similar to what JBP was talking about, I found a shitload more purpose and a shitload more happiness and contentment. I did find less pleasure if you're talking about it in a hedonistic sense, but I did find more happiness. Morality is autistic. Base. Cafe says, by hallucinogenic trances, are you referring to someone in psilocybin-induced mystical experiences? Yep. Lib says, or those dudes who wrote the Bible understood how to control ignorant people. And do you think ignorant people shouldn't be controlled? So LB, this is one of the things that piss me off. No offense to you. Piss me off about anti-theists is that ignorant people needed to be controlled. Yeah, no shit. 3,000 years ago, if you didn't want a girl, you know what they did? They put their babies in clay pots and they threw them out into the desert. That's what they used to do to human beings. When it came to like pagan blood sacrifices, they would go to their neighbors, enslave their neighbors, bring them back and make them fight tigers and lions. When it came to warfare, they put like cities to the sword and murdered and raped everyone. Religion, as flawed as it is as a human vehicle of morality, has done plenty to enslave the vices of ignorant people. And by the way, slaving vices of ignorant people is perfectly acceptable if you get them to stop doing evil shit. So you see like the lack of freedom as like some kind of like evil maniacal fucking thing. But if I was living 3,000 years ago and I saw the Colosseum fights and I saw women being fed to lions and tigers, and if I saw baby girls being put in clay jars and thrown out into the fucking desert, you better believe that I would have made up a moral system to try to get these people to stop doing fucking evil shit. And I'm sorry for cussing so much, but you know, you just assume that like human beings are like positive moral actors. They're not. AF says, but do you anchor the beliefs in some that being a slave sucks donkey balls? Yeah. I would say I anchor it in the worship of order and chaos. We're in a naturally chaotic environment. Our plane of existence is chaotic. I try to follow the fundamental creative and ordered force of the universe. I try to follow that God and his revelations through people who were on drugs. I would be okay banning annoying people from getting married regardless of sexual orientation. Well, you might reduce the species so much that then we don't have people. Your thoughts on moral relativity was insightful. Thanks. You're welcome. Did you just recite Amazing Grace's spoken word? Not intentionally. Cafe says agape can be seen as necessary virtue with a eudaimonic life, especially when eudaimonia is interpreted broadly as full human flourishing that includes ethical relations with others. Yeah. Agape and eudaimonia, 100%. All right. Got to preserve battery while at work. See you, Connor. See you later, chat. Have a good day. Thank you. The fact that you think pleasure is hedonistic is wild. It literally is. Hedonism is the worship of, or like the pursuit of pleasure and the minimization of pain. Psychedelic is like a fast food religious experience. Lol. True. Ignorant religious people need to be controlled. Yes. Yes. Service to others makes you feel less worthless. We need a God figure to figure that out. Yes. Isn't Planned Parenthood still shipping baby parts to scientists in clay pots? Well, I mean, you could make that argument. You make that argument. Yeah, hedonistic, not heathenistic. You can make religious arguments that we have elements of human sacrifice in our current society. I caution people to think for themselves. Too much time spent thinking your religious beliefs are good enough to force people is a waste of time. No, it's not. I am correct. I am correct. You wouldn't have done nothing because it was a common practice in their day. LB, you're already refuted by history. Muhammad, peace be upon him, conquered the entire like known world in Middle East and North Africa in a belt, and one of his primary social prescriptions was banning infanticide of little girls. So now I know you're probably screwing around, but that's kind of like, oh, you're a pussy. It's like, dude, no. 4 years in the Marine Corps, 4 years in law enforcement. I did shit that actually required putting my skin in the game, self-sacrifice. I've risked and hurt myself for the principles and values that I believe in. So just because you know a bunch of cowards, don't associate me with cowardice. Is something moral because God commands it, or does God command it because it's moral? Is something moral because, you repeated the question. So no, I think that we are trying to observe morality, good and bad, through time. I'm on drugs right now. Any moral questions you have? No, I don't. Grassroots for another 50. Thank you, King. I found more reward, not more happiness. I work 110-hour a week for a really good salary. What it cost me was part of my hair. A woman who desperately wanted to marry me. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry you lost her. But I hope your current partner is making you happy. Don't forget, go to church, be normal. Go to church, be normal. True, Moonshine, true. Connor, I would never call you a pussy. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Cafe says, I'm suspecting some DMT use on your part now or shrooms. I did acid in high school. Anyways, let's get back to the content. Sorry for getting so distracted, but we're having interesting moral philosophical conversations right now. So not my fault. It's not my fault that my chat are interesting people. Let's get these people back on screen. Let's watch Space Marine 2 Violence while listening to moral and religious philosophy.
Aimless, which is what happens if your objects of worship are unstructured and chaotic, then you're going to be anxiety-ridden and without hope. That happens. That's a technical argument.
But there's happy nihilists.
Oh, there are.
How do you explain that there are happy nihilists then? Because you just said they...
The nihilists are not happy. It's absurdists that are happy.
Mere fact that you state that there are happy nihilists doesn't make it true. Like, what's your evidence that, how do you measure nihilism and how have you associated it with happiness? And what's your definition of happiness? And have you compared them to religious people? Because if you do, by the way, it's clearly the case that religious people over the long run have better mental health. It's a well-documented fact in psychological literature.
Sure.
So your claim is just a claim. It doesn't stand on anything.
So you disagree with the claim that there exists even one happy nihilist?
I didn't say that.
Okay, would you agree there exists at least one happy nihilist in the universe?
It's not a question that has any meaning as far as I'm concerned, because it depends on what you mean by happy, and it depends on the duration that you're trying to calculate over. Now and then there's probably some deluded soul who thinks he's a nihilist who's momentarily pleased with himself. But as a long-term strategy to deal with the future, to get along with yourself and with others, it's sadly lacking. That's why Nietzsche warned that when God died, as he announced in 1850, that people would be flooded with pointless, anxiety-ridden, hopeless nihilism. And that was what would attract them for example, to the false gods of totalitarianism, which is exactly what happened, because everybody worships something, even atheists who think they don't.
Aren't there unhappy Christians or
Of course
devoted?
Yeah, I don't know if this guy understands things sufficiently complex in order to have this conversation. Grassroots for 20. Thank you again, King. I say that to say success takes some blood and sweat. There are no wins, only trade-offs. Agreed. You basically, I've worked many thankless jobs and found some level of like pride, honor, and sacrifice in them. But the truth is that my family, I'm just going to say it. I'm not trying to badger the people who don't have kids. I'm really not. But I'm going to tell you, all of the emotional experiences that I've had from having kids, they blew apart anything I ever did at work. Anything I ever did at work paled in comparison to getting a wife and having children. Manson says he was LSD by MK Ultra and that made him what he became. Well, that guy's crazy. So DD says, gotta go. Stay safe, folks. Well, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Leave a like. Appreciate you. Then I confidently announce that I've never done drugs whenever it comes up in conversation. Based. Jordan Peterson is the male version of J.K. Rowling, confused about identity and attracted to young boys. Madam Power, behave thyself, okay? Behave yourself. But anyways, in reference to what they're saying, what Jordan has said, which I think you could steal man if you wanted to, not that my chat wants to, what you could steal man is that Jordan Peterson is saying that you either have nothing or something that roots your worship. And so as a result, you can, Time Waste has got to go. Appreciate you, buddy. Have a great one. But the point is that you can believe in nihilism, you can believe in nothing, but that is going to inform all of the ways in which you decide how you do your life. Same thing if you believe in God as manifest conscience, which Jordan Peterson earlier identified it as, that's going to flow into the rest of your life. But of course, it's a hierarchy where you spend time, attention, and sacrifice on multiple things. But the question is, what do you prioritize at the base of your belief? That's what he's trying to get at. And this guy is saying, I have nothing at the base of my belief, and I'm still happy. And Jordan Peterson is saying, well, you do have some things, like your wife, like your loyalty, like principles, like eudaimonia, and you might be a fractured soul. You might not have one thing that you worship, but as a result, you will pursue multiple things at one time. Mr. Bombastic says, I hate the word happiness too. It's so difficult to quantify. Well, that's the problem with happiness too, is that there are different kinds of happiness. There's the happiness of pleasure. Once you have a pleasurable interaction, once you do heroin, once you have sex, once you do this, once you do that, you can have pleasure that like equates to a certain level of happiness. But there's also contentment, which is kind of like, it's not the instantaneous high burn of good sex or hard drugs. It's like the slow burn of purpose and like unity of your life. So contentment is different than, I would say, the highs of pleasure. Biz D says, reminds me of my favorite Kanye quote, shut the fuck up before you get exiled. Nice. Grassroots for another 20. Thank you kindly for the donation, King. I've never given a shit more about anything than meeting my godson after he was born. If I had feelings, I would have cried and everything would have been humiliating. Yeah. Yeah. No, the children are overwhelming. Eben says, young Jordan Peterson was onto things. All this current stuff he's onto is benzo addicted and riddled brain. Unfortunately, Mr. No Notes and nihilism is serious but not scholarly. Listen, we've pulled things that are good out of this. Atheists reject God but don't know what they've rejected. I'm okay with that. All atheists have described God as the all-powerful, all-perfect logos incarnate through Jesus involved in this world. They've pressed Jordan on whether or not he believes that, and he has refused to answer definitively. Jordan has says that God is conscience manifest and God is the unity on which all moral claims are based. I think these are definitions. I don't know if they're definitions that stand up to scrutiny. But the point is that they're dancing around good concepts, even if they're not able to land on any firm ground.
Believers. So worshiping something is neither sufficient nor necessary for happiness then.
Well, terrible things can come your way regardless, and that does happen. But it's the case that even when circumstances become deeply troublesome, that how you're oriented makes a big difference. So I'll give you an example. So the book of Job deals with the issue of unfair suffering. So Job is a good man who has everything taken away from him in the most painful possible way.
To settle a bet, right?
With Satan, yes. And so he makes the axiomatic presumption that he won't lose faith in himself or in the spirit of being itself. And that helps him remain calm and forward-looking through his time of trial.
Doesn't he absolutely curse God?
No. His wife tells him to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good. My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
Sager's No says this panel sucks. They vote out interesting convos, but they let this guy get blown out endlessly. Yeah. That's my frustration. They were talking about like animal morality earlier. I love that conversation. And then also Xena actually kind of got to the crux of the issue.
Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking about
how do you deal with
God,
the morality of war?
So
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, but sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, that like the Christian God isn't like Christian ethical.
I said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through.
So anyways, this is why I'm not a literalist. Okay. The reason why I'm not a literalist is because if you look at the Old Testament, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive to anyone, but if you look at the Old Testament, God says to do some wild stuff, right? God says, go into the land of Canaan. There's an entire city that gets sacked. Sorry, hold on. So there's an entire city that gets sacked where he says, kill the men, women, and children and the livestock. Israel kills men, women, children, and livestock. So 1 Samuel, put to death the men and women, children, and small babies, kill the cattle, the sheep, the camels, donkeys. So Saul called the army together. I mean, you get the vibe, right? So now go attack the Amalekites. Destroy everything that belongs to them as an offering to the Lord. Don't let anything live. Put to death men, women, and children, and small babies. Kill the cattle and sheep, camels, and donkeys. So Saul called the army together at Telem. There were 200,000 soldiers and 10,000 men from Judah. Then Saul went to the city of Amalek and set up an ambush in the ravine. He said to the Canaanites, go away, leave the Amalekites, so that I won't destroy you with them. You showed kindness to the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. So the Canaanites moved away from the Amalekites. Then Saul defeated the Amalekites. He fought them all the way to the Havilah to Shur at the border of Egypt. He took Agag, king of the Amalekites, alive, but he killed all of Agag's army with the sword. But Saul and the army let Agag live. They also let the best sheep, fat cattle, and lambs live. They let every good animal live. They did not want to destroy them. But when they found an animal that was weak or useless, they killed it. Then the Lord spoke with his word unto Samuel. Saul has stopped following me, and I am sorry I made him king. He has not obeyed my commands. Samuel was upset, and he cried out to the Lord all night long. Early the next morning, Saul has gone to Carmel. He has put up a monument in his own honor. Now he has gone down to Gilgal. May the Lord bless you. Okay, anyways. Hold on. Let me finish this thing. May the Lord bless you. I have obeyed the Lord's commands. But Samuel said, then why do I hear cattle mooing and sheep bleating? Saul answered, the soldiers took them from the Amalekites. They saved the best sheep and cattle to offer as sacrifices to the Lord your God, but we destroyed all the other animals. Samuel then said to Saul, stop. Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night. Saul answered, tell me. Samuel said, once you didn't think much of yourself, but now you have become the leader of the tribes of Israel. The Lord appointed you to be king over Israel, and he told you to do something. He said, go and destroy those evil people, the Amalekites, make war on them until all of them are dead. Why didn't you obey the Lord? Why did you take the best things? Why did you do what the Lord said was wrong? Saul said, but I did obey the Lord. I did what the Lord told me to do. I destroyed all the Amalekites, and I brought back Agag, their king. The soldiers took the best sheep and cattle to sacrifice to the Lord your God, Gilgal. But Samuel answered, what pleases the Lord more, burnt offerings and sacrifices or obedience? It is better to obey God than to offer a sacrifice. It is better to listen to God than to offer the fat of male sheep. Refusing to obey is as bad as the sin of sorcery. Being stubborn is as bad as the sin of worshiping idols. You have rejected the Lord's command. For this reason, he now rejects you as king. I don't know what happens after this, but I have to assume that like the moral of the story is obey God. So even if he ended up like sparing all those people, which I don't think he did, then yeah, like God ordered a genocide. It's fucked up. Killing kids is fucked up. I want to steel man Peterson's argument, but I'll adamantium man it. Sick. Reminds me of my favorite Kanye quote. Shut the F up. Oh, okay. I've never given a Godson. Yes. Apparently, Gnostics say that God is the devil, so it fits with Christian ethics. Lol. Yeah, kind of. Samuel is my confirmation name. I didn't mean to be sappy by any previous super chats because I know where this was headed. No. That wasn't sappy at all. Please share your love of family in the chat. I will never complain about that. So anyways, the point being that like God did order this evil shit in the Old Testament. And if you take it literally, you have to assume that God ordered evil shit. That's why I'm not a literalist. I'm assuming Samuel was like a schizo who thought he was talking to God, but realistically he was listening to his own conscience, which told him to genocide a people. I don't think that was God. I think that was his own delusions.
The example, yeah. So, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line with Christian ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God saying, go and do this atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
but
I
this
mean,
one
people,
certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
well, a genocide can be a war, but
Absolutely not.
Look.
The genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a
Yeah, I don't know what this like humanist definition of genocide not being a component of war. Genocide definition: genocide is hold on, the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying the nation or group. That's almost definitionally part of ancient warfare. So I don't know where this like differentiation between like war, like combat between armed forces, and the wholesale slaughter of human beings began. But ancient wars are filled with genocides and slaughters and slavery. So I don't know what this humanist reinterpretation is. John says, I need more Warhammer TV shows now. Well, we do have a tight... So this week, as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to be scripting, editing, and shooting the new Horus Heresy trailer, which was phenomenal. And then I'll also be watching the new Titan animation. They just released a new Titan animation today on Warhammer TV. So I'm excited for it. We do have some good content. AF Racing says, that's why I'm not a literalist, not equivalent to I ignore the inconvenient parts, because I don't ignore them. I don't ignore them. I acknowledge them as real, and I think that they're contradictory. So when I define God, I think there's a fundamental creative and ordered force in the universe. But guess what? Order doesn't always mean good. And creative doesn't always mean good. Creative, like snakes, venomous snakes are a part of creation. Or poisonous. I forget which one. Venomous versus poisonous. I think venomous is where you eat it, you die, and I think poisonous is they poison you. So poisonous snakes, no, it's venomous because they have venom. I forget how it goes. But anyways, venomous animals, creatures, they're all part of God's creation, right? So even the bad things that we associate with like disease is a part of creation. So I try to follow creation and order as much as possible, but there's still abhorrent things within it. So I don't try to like, judge snakes for being venomous, right? I don't try to judge tigers for eating their prey, right? So, and I think human beings are just complex creatures, and so I don't try to like judge all of the horrors of history within my current moral calculus, but I do think my moral calculus, based off of my time and place, is correct. But that's just because I'm trying to do my best to understand the moral and the ordered and created universe. Oh, sorry.
War. The infants aren't combatants.
look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the...
Okay, but AF Racing says, right, but we're talking about the directions from God, not its creations. Right, which is, again, why I'm not a literalist. AF Racing, I think that human beings meditated and starved themselves and then made judgments about what they should do next. Some of those judgments are correct. Some of those judgments are incorrect, right? And so I think a holy man has and will command slaughter because they somehow believe that the creator of the universe cares about mankind's secular power, right? They care about who rules and why. And therefore, God ordains that I should be in power. I think this is particularly prevalent in like egomaniacal psychopaths. So I think that schizophrenic egomaniacal psychopaths can 100% claim to have an ordination from God. And they're not lying, they're self-deluding, right? So that has nothing to do with it. Just because the vessel is flawed and schizophrenic and autistic doesn't mean that there isn't an underlying moral analysis. Sacred Snow says infants aren't combatants. I think it's safe to say that this guy isn't a far lefty. For those of you who don't understand why that's a joke, it's because the surrounding drama at this time is Israel-Palestine, and there are leftists who are arguing that baby settlers are viable targets. Jesus, that was edgy. Cafe says meditating and starving yourself. This reminds me of the image of Wikipedia, the statue of Siddhartha Gautama at the page of asceticism. Yeah, and Buddhism had cool things to say about reality. It also had some very cringe things to say about reality. All you have to do is look at the rabbis that Israeli leaders listen to and the settler movement in the Ihama Ben Gavir and Smotrich come from. Yeah, there's genocidal religious people in Israel right now who use the promise. Is it the Abrahamic promise? They use the Abrahamic covenant as justification for why they're allowed to conquer and annex Gaza and the West Bank. When did this turn into a PF Young string? Based. Don't lump some loony leftists with all of us. I'm going to. John says, I know this isn't a part of the conversation, but I just watched Pariah Nexus episode 1 and the salamanders are very cool. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Anyways, continuing.
The Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, redress
So
what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great in all like the great making qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like flawless. Yeah. So,
Okay,
so,
so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a sec.
change? Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time? Or would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here is the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
That's totally fine, but
No,
presumably
no. You don't get to skate over
because
that.
this is a
With
straw man.
that's totally
It's
fine.
a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
In
the
what way?
argument
No,
is
wait,
that God,
wait a sec. You
Well, I'm already
said
waiting a sec.
find one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't
and
say
I
any
just
of
did.
those words. I'm not sure what
Okay,
conversation
rephrase
you're a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly.
Okay.
Okay. Rephrase your question so that because I must
Sure.
have missed it. I
So-
tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral,
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
our understanding might, but
Okay, how
presumably
do we
what the perfect
distinguish?
being
How do
is
we distinguish?
revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that, though, at the human level?
How do
So
we distinguish between whether
between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself?
between our
we can only we can only
presumably
see
a
through our
perfect
own
being-
lenses.
Presumably, a perfect being would be revealing all of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time
how does
is
something-
revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect
Sure.
and complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now
what
wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself?
So in
Like,
this
for
case-
example, are you
well, yeah,
perfect?
Ooh, he made my argument in a way that doesn't get him in trouble with his Christian audience. Now, if he came out and said, listen, I think Samuel's full of shit. I think that Samuel is a schizophrenic. And as a result, he got it wrong when he was talking about the Amalekites. He would lose a whole bunch of Christian segments of his audience. But if he says, well, God's a perfect being, but our understanding of him is flawed, it's generalized enough that he doesn't upset his audience while still making the same point. I think that's pretty funny. SGM says, Connor, what does God mean to you, if you don't mind my asking? Yeah, so SGM, I don't mind you asking at all. My understanding of God, again, I'm a deist, so I believe in a fundamental creative and ordered force in the universe. But I don't know if it's personal. I don't know if it's conscious, and I don't know if there's an afterlife. And reason being is that I think human beings are interpreting God through our observations of like morality and natural phenomena. And so I think that probably 70% of the Bible is probably moral mythology. That would be my assessment. And I think 30% of it is history with let's just say some flexibility about its alignment with factual reality. But I still think that it's ultimately human beings struggling with mortality, morality, eternity, life and death. And so that's why I still study the Bible. That's why I still study religion. That's still why I read the Quran. That's why I talk to religious people. That's why I take their concepts seriously, is because I still think they're poking at something that's real. I think they're poking at the fundamental creative and ordered force in the universe, while we only see it through our flawed lens as human beings.
Tending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have.
If you believed in an omniscient, omnipresent being that was perfect, then these things would be true. But that's part of the reason why I don't believe in an omniscient, omnipotent being. Oh, I want to tell you guys something funny, even if I lose some of you. There's this really funny thing from Warhammer 40K. I know not everybody loves Warhammer 40K, but obviously that's actually like my more popular channel is breaking down a science fantasy universe called Warhammer 40K. And so in their universe, there's the warp, which is the way that they travel faster than light, and they jump from place to place. But within the warp, it's effectively a mirror of all living creatures' emotions. And some of those emotions have been so ginned up that they've gained sentience. And so there's a blood god, a god of like murder and death. There's a god of rot. There's a god of change. There's a god of excess that was birthed by the elves, the Eldar, who are a species in this universe because of their excesses. And so what's so funny is there's a Primarch who's like a superhuman, and he's talking to another Primarch, and one of them is pragmatic and one of them is fanciful. And the fanciful one is like, well, you know, there are beings in the warp that are so powerful that we should give them worship as if they're gods. They're so powerful that humans by comparison are bacteria. We're nothing to them. We're like wisps. We're whispers in the wind. We're nothing to them. And so the other Primarch, who's like one of the most powerful human beings that's possible, he says, well, you know what's funny about bacteria is if you have enough of it, you can kill a human. And so by inference, this is Perturabo, the leader of the Iron Warriors, and he's talking to Fulgrim, the leader of the Emperor's Children. And so what Perturabo says is, I'm not worshiping your gods, because if I have enough Astartes, if I have enough legions, then I can kill your gods. And so therefore they're not worthy of worship. I like the balls on Perturabo. I just thought that was so funny. So AF says, okay, after that explanation, I realized I was mistaken that you believe in the God of the Bible. I was wondering how you could, while not taking it literally and then not be ignoring inconvenient. Yeah. I'm a deist. So there's a difference between deism and theism. Theism is a specific religious belief in a God. Deism is kind of like, it's Spinoza. It's the God of nature. It's the prime mover. It's the blind watchmaker. It's the creative force that sets everything into motion. But then oftentimes deists will they'll just speculate on whether or not they think like God is conscious, or whether or not he intervenes on the material plane. Like deists oftentimes, they basically say like something kicked this off, but I have no idea how to define exactly what's going on. So I'm just going to do the best I can with the information I have. That's a lot of deists. Grassroots Hegemon for 20. Thank you for the dono, King. There's a weird conversation here of JBP essentially just means good and nice things. He doesn't. And he also differentiates between good and order, which is interesting. Eben says, oh, like the Greek and Roman gods, always dug that mythology. I love Greek. Let me give y'all something else too. Jordan Peterson explains mythology when it comes to the pantheon, the pagan gods. And he says that because when I was brought up, the pagan gods were explained to me that ancient people were stupid. And so they just mythologized different forces in their world. And then they all had sex with each other. And that's the pagan gods. That's what I was told about the pagan gods. What Jordan Peterson explained is that humans in the ancient world conceptualize the fact that there are forces outside themselves that last past any individual life, right? So war and conflict is something that is beyond human, and it's actually almost beyond nature, and it's something that is like infused in the cosmos itself. And then knowledge, the belief or knowledge is something that is beyond human. Like animals are capable of having some kind of knowledge. And when you die, even though your individual localized knowledge might die, knowledge perpetuates as the knowledge of living beings, right? Whatever living beings are able to conceptualize. And beauty too, right? Like beauty can be this rapturous thing where a woman can be beautiful, but also so can like a mountainside. And so beauty is this external and in their minds, eternal force. And so what they did is they assigned those external eternal forces personality, and then they started creating myths around these eternal personalities. And so, of course, like the myths can be silly because it's just like Zeus having sex with everything that wasn't nailed down, but they can also be deep and interesting. Like if you watch Troy, the movie Troy, they're having arguments about how they're all the playthings of the gods, and they're all worshiping different gods in order to live out their lives the best way they can. And that Achilles himself, he tries to live in defiance of the gods because he knows that ultimately he's going to die in battle. And so he doesn't pay the gods any kind of deference because he already knows how he's going to die, and he doesn't respect their power. He desecrates a temple of, is it Poseidon? I think Poseidon is Greek. So he desecrates the temple of Poseidon because he's like, oh, he's a patron of Troy and I don't care and I'm going to die soon anyway. So, and then he desecrates the temple. SGM says, so the difference from you and agnostic is that you would believe there is a grand design as a boiled down version. Yeah, relatively speaking. Of course. My my youngest is napping. My wife is going to pick up my oldest. So I'm gonna watch the baby monitor. So if I have to run away randomly, I'm just getting the baby. Excuse me. I'm gonna read a couple more chats. We're gonna still watch some more content. Cafe says, William Lane Craig once said that deism is a subset of theism. Theism is the broader context of belief in God. Deism is the subset of a specific sort of God. I thought it was the opposite. I did think it was the opposite. Smite thy heathen with holy fire. Indeed. Indeed. Nobody cared to check Mount Olympus and see if they were there. All right. Eben says, unironically, the Percy Jackson books give a much more in-depth understanding of the more real kind of pantheon than you thought, as you explained. That's dope. That's dope. If Troy 2004 got it right, I think it was Athena because all the attendants were priestesses. No, it's Poseidon. Pretty sure it's Poseidon. Okay. Anyways, let's get back. Sorry. Chat's having fun. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun in the VOD as well. And thank you to all the donors. I do want to thank everybody. Obviously, like the stream. Haven't showed in a while. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Engage in the chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting, cool people in the chat. If you're watching it as a VOD, then leave a comment below the VOD. That way it helps us in the algorithm. And then also I want to thank Melon Conley, Sean Kaplan, Grassroots Hegemon, Biz D, Dashing Rogue, and then a shitload more of Grassroots Hegemon because he is a wonderful supporter of the channel. He's my JMac. He's my Sokka Tanuki. Anyways, but thank you for your support. It does mean a lot. Cafe says, this has been awesome, man. Best review of this video so far, and I've attended quite a few so far. Based.
Have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand like
free will.
thousands of years in the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible because
Wait a sec. Let's not go to that
because
yet.
you threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
said,
saying
why
that's
wouldn't God?
incoherent.
Well,
It's
1,000
contradictory.
years of deep thinking philosophers would disagree with you.
Yeah,
But have
and
it your way.
1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world,
Electrons in love is an interesting way to phrase it because I've heard people describe their near-death experiences that way. So this atheist just needs to have a near-death experience and then he'll experience the plane that he's talking about.
knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all good God or an all knowing God that made everything.
Well, have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the free will theodicy fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
Do you want to
tried
respond
to
to
make
the argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks a power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will because he chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with his infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
It just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, like under
Like
your
I said,
view,
if
under
you want
your
to
view,
have it
free
fail,
will.
no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue.
Do you acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
You'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that
So-
someone like me can understand it.
Yeah, got you. So God already knows in advance everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world,
doesn't mean determined.
it's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make it
Causally,
determined.
causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
So this is an interesting thing. Sorry if I'm pause-Andying too much, but sometimes we have more interesting conversations in chat. So yeah, I didn't understand how free will was necessarily relevant to the conversation. And I don't think that determinism can be determined just by like the nature of reality. I don't think that we can really determine whether or not free will truly exists. But what I would say is, what I have found with determinists is that oftentimes they will say, well, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Therefore, I'm just going to float with reality. But what happens with people who are more susceptible to free will or the concept of free will is they say, well, I have a choice. Therefore, I'm going to make the best choice possible. And I think it's this kind of conundrum where what you believe about reality kind of determines what choices you're ultimately going to make. And so as a result, even if free will doesn't truly exist in some kind of literal physical way, where we're all products of our biology and environment and influences and conversations and all that kind of bullshit, and there's some kind of like perfect math equation that explains all of our behavior, we still need to make an active choice to believe we have choices, so we make optimal choices. It's this conundrum of like not believing in free will makes you like whim to the winds of the world, and therefore you allow yourself to be kind of swept away by reality. Whereas believing in choice, believing in free will gives you at least the concept with which to make optimal choices. So I would still be like a free will advocate and don't really think it matters whether or not it's literally true. It's a conception that helps you make better decisions. The only laws I'm really interested in getting to are the blue laws in Texas. Not sure what that means, but okay. Connor, does your belief require you to have some level of communication with the designer, even if it's one way? I hope you guys are still with me. My dog just walked over my power cord. It doesn't require prayer, but I have found prayer to be useful. And so, kind of going to the creator of the universe and just being like, I'm thankful for what I have. Please help me through this difficult thing. And help me see the light at the end of the tunnel or the silver lining of this bad scenario. That kind of meditative interrogation I have found helpful. I don't know if there's anything there that's answering my questions, but it could just be like I'm schizo reflecting back onto myself, my own answers, but those answers have been helpful. Azurai says at counterpoints, I hate people who argue that free will doesn't exist at all because usually they use it as an excuse for shitty behavior. Azurai has perfectly summed up what I took 2 minutes to describe in 10 seconds. Compatibilism is more plausible. Probably. Cafe says, well, Ian wanted to know why God couldn't just make a universe where the divine is readily understood. He didn't want to accept free will as the reason why that isn't so, which is fine. Our plane of existence is absurd. It's absurd. It's absurd to you, or it's absurd to me, that we were blown out from the Big Bang, planetoids formed around stars. They blew up another 3 or 4 times. Then life emerged from it. It was very simplistic. Then it evolved into increasingly complex creatures to the point that we're now able to, relatively speaking, understand our own existence and ponder it. And then not only do we ponder our own existence, but we're surrounded by billions of humans with which to argue about our own existence. It's an absurd reality. It's very fun. It's very funny. It's very cool, but it's kind of crazy. LB says, yes, talking to yourself, work out a problem can be a good thing. Working to help from the heavens. Well, maybe the heavens gave you that capacity in the first place. Who knows? All right. Anyways, let's go.
Jordan, nice to meet you.
Very zippy. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Hi, Liam. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad.
Good,
I'm
good.
surrounded by atheists.
My question to you, let me scoot in, would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that...
And voluntary self-sacrifice. He might be getting tired, but JBP said that Christian ethic or Christian worship is voluntary upward self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom of heaven on earth, and that the cosmos itself is rooted in voluntary self-sacrifice. I think that he's talking about human action, not human thought. There are plenty of Christians who don't do any of this crap, but they're espoused Christians because they believe in the Trinity. And then the human imagination, I think, is related to whether or not you conceptualize heaven or God or Christ as real. And so I think there's plenty of people who say that they're Christian, but they don't have any imagination and they don't have any action. And then I would say that Jordan Peterson and I are people who try to take on the Christian ethic through action, but we don't necessarily espouse that we believe it, and we also don't necessarily imagine it to be true.
I think that that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right. But I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer. Eh? I
Right.
mean, there's other ways of representing the
Yeah.
situation, but I wanted to give you something that was kind of foundational briefly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't mean it's, exhaustive.
Yeah.
I could say that you would have to believe that Christ is God and he died for your sins,
Mhm.
right? But that's in a very difficult way to understand. That's the same claim.
Yeah. If there are other theologies and disciplines that have similar types of values,
Yeah.
how then is that definition mean? Wouldn't those also be Christian values under your definition?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of time studying different religious systems from all over the world and found multiple interesting layers of concordance.
Right.
So, for example, in ancient Egypt, their god Horus, who was the reviving god of the totalitarian state, the corrupt he was the god of attention, right? And the Jews hypothetically came out of Egypt, and there was crosstalk between Egyptian and Jewish foundational morality, and then that bled into Christianity. I mean, human beings all over the world have come up with moral systems that fit roughly into a pattern, and they're very usefully studied. I learned a lot about Christianity by studying Taoism, for example, a lot. So I think you can make a case that Christianity formalized the landscape of good and evil more comprehensively and in more detail than any other religious system. And I think that that's part of the reason that it defeated paganism and spread so broadly across the West and is still dominant, still understructures our culture, for example.
The way you feel about Horus or Taoism or something is how I feel about Christian morals, I think.
Yeah, but how do I feel about them?
Well, that you took inspiration from them, you learned from them. Maybe
That's a good start,
right.
Because I would say that actually constitutes belief. Like you said, well, look.
Right.
In Noah, in the story of Noah, right? Noah is inspired by the apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay,
Yeah.
He regards that inspiration as God.
Okay.
Right, and when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. It's inspiration. One of the definitions of God in the Old Testament, unsurprisingly, given the derivation of the word, is inspiration. And so if you take inspiration from Christian ideas, then insofar as you do that, you are in fact a believer, which was my point with regards to atheists
Correct.
not understanding.
But have
what
you
they're
taken
rejecting.
inspiration from Taoism or from studying Egyptian mythology?
Definitely.
So then you believe them under that definition?
Yeah, but I've incorporated them into something I think that's more comprehensive.
Is it possible to take inspiration and to appreciate the teachings without being a believer in their truth claims?
It depends. No, I don't think so. But I think, you see, there are different kinds of truth claims, right? There's propositional truth claims, which are the truth claims of what you say. And then there's embodied truth claims, which is the truth claims of what you do. That should be prioritized. Optimally, what you say and what you do would be brought into harmony.
Grassroots for 20. I do not want to flood out any other donors, but I used to go to a Lutheran Baptist and Greek Orthodox church. It's much more about acknowledging divinity that is universally valuable. Well, and that's I think this is what the atheists are correctly calling out about JBP right now, is he doesn't acknowledge divinity unless you take it in a very like Jungian metaphysical sense where like the world itself reveals morality through nature and through religion. And therefore, that's like what we're trying to struggle with as potentially religious people. But I think that a lot of religious literalists, instead, they believe in the propositional, as he said, propositional claims, where they say that, well, if you claim, because they call it like a profession of faith, where you say, I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the Trinity. I believe that God is the manifestation of Jesus Christ on earth. I believe that the morality that's put in the Bible is God speaking to humanity on how we should live our lives, et cetera, et cetera. If you make those propositional claims and then you half-ass try to live through biblical moral values, then that to them is more important. A lot of religious people, that to them is more important than if you struggle with faith, if you struggle with your concepts of God and reality and mortality and what's literally true versus what's like metaphorically or mythologically true. And what's funny is that I find the struggle with what's mythologically or metaphorically true and struggling with like the order of our universe and the creative forces that set it into motion, I find that infinitely more valuable than some random deistic profession of faith followed by half-assed attempts to follow Iron Age mythology. Or not even mythology, follow Iron Age morality, right? I think the struggle with the creator of the universe and the struggle with revealed morality is infinitely more important than what 80% of Christians and 80% of religious people believe.
But I would say if you had to prioritize, it should be what you attend to and what you act first. And that's what Christ actually says in the Gospels, because he points to the Pharisees, for example, who say all the right things, but don't do any of the right things, and points out very clearly that that's not acceptable.
I don't know that the Christian morality, those principles originate in Christianity, because you brought up other things that predate Christianity that you can very closely tie connections to.
Well, I don't think they do originate precisely. I mean,
Right.
I don't think the Christian claim is exactly that they originate in Christianity.
So if I'm
right?
living those values, how is it that I'm living?
LB, you got like anti-theist arguments 101, okay? Listen, the whole point of the Christian religion is that people suck. That's like the whole point of the religion. The whole point of the religion is like boo, crow stand-up comedy, boo Christian meme. I love this thing, which is this meme. There's one that's about like religion, where it's like, did you know that Christians are hypocrites? And it's like, boo, the whole foundation of the religion is that people are hypocritical and all fall short in the glory of God. And then it's the person sweating, you know? Oh. My struggle is the real jihad. True. The third eye is Eastern philosophy was misinterpreted. They were referring to... come on, AF. Come on. Come on.
the Christian values and maybe not the Egyptian values or something else.
Well,
that you
one
brought
of,
up.
one of,
Pause there. You've been voted out by
that
the
was
majority.
good. That was good. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Did we get to the bit where he implies that he feels lying is worse than giving the Jews to the Nazis? No, and I steelman. Well, we did get to it, but then I steelmanned it, so I didn't have the dunk fest that you're probably looking for, where I'm just like, ha ha ha. Jordan Peterson can't answer a hypothetical about lying. It's like, no, he has an hour-long rant about how dystopian, and it's not here. It's obviously different content that I've already consumed, where what enables dystopian authoritarian societies is lying, right? So that's where, he makes the argument, well, that would never happen to me. And the reason why he says is that would never happen to him is because he's studied history and because he believes that dystopian, like in order to enable dystopian tyrants, you need to be comfortable with lying, quote unquote, for the greater good, right? No, I will not finish the sentence, AF Racing. I will not finish the sentence. Oh, man. No, the real jihad is a personal struggle to live and walk the path to God in afterlife. Sure. Yeah. She does seem fun. Let's see what she has to say.
Good. What's your name?
I'm Kumari. So I was curious about this like Christian morality that you're talking about, because
Yay.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your name?
I'm Kumari. So I was curious about this like Christian morality that you're talking about, because a lot of my issues with Christianity have to do with the base morality of it, specifically with like the idea of like the rapture and how we see people that aren't going to come up with us with the rapture, and that concept of heaven and hell. I don't really agree with that morality, but if you could explain that to me and how I do agree with that, I would love to like hear.
Well,
your
I
opinions.
can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with. And that's more of a
That's true.
sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but
Yeah.
that doesn't have anything to do with me. You asked a deeper question with regard to, let's say, heaven and hell and judgment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, sin, you could put it this way, sin is what puts you in hell, right? And so then you might ask, well, how do you know you're in hell? How about you do anything to get out of it?
Can I ask you
How
a
about you
question?
know that you put yourself there?
Do you think is sin like a part of Christian morality?
What
to
do you mean exactly? Sin as
Like
a part.
the
It's missing
concept
the
of sin?
Okay,
Yeah.
it's derived from an archery term, and it means to miss the target, right? And so it presumes that there's such a thing as a central target, and that you can miss it in many ways. And the consequence of that will be your life will be ridden with anxiety. Your life will be pointless.
And what
People
if
will
I
turn
like
against you.
don't believe in sin at all?
Well, do you believe in error? Have
I
you made
don't-
any mistakes?
What if I believe that the mistakes that you make, that they're fixable, and so that no sin is finite, and that the
Well,
idea
that's a Christian belief.
of the idea of hell, I don't believe
No, that's
in
also
it
a
because
Christian belief, by the way.
a Christian belief is hell.
No, that there's no sin that, well, there's one. The sin against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable, but that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist, and if I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't?
No, so LB, you're making up a position and then you're getting mad at it. JP, I'm not a Christian, but I use Christian rhetoric to spew Christian dogma. Diabolical. No, LB, you have a very this is not very 3000 IQ of you. I want more, okay? So he said that there's a Christian ethic, okay? And the ethic is separate from propositional belief. Propositional belief is saying I believe in Christ, right? It's a statement. And then there's human thought, human imagination, human action. Human thought, I think, would fall under the propositional claim. Human imagination is that you actually conceptualize these things and believe in them. And then human action is what you do. And what JBP has repeatedly said is that he thinks that voluntary upward self-sacrifice, so pursuing higher goals through self-sacrifice in order to bring about the kingdom of heaven, and the kingdom of heaven, if you take it metaphorically, being like the maximally instantiated virtues on planet Earth, he sees that as good. So he acts as a Christian in that sense. However, he is not somebody who does the proclamation, and he plays with the human imaginative point. So we call that a cop-out. All religious or non-religious people have these values. No, they don't. No, they don't, LB. There are plenty of people. Number one, there's plenty of religious people who don't have these values. There are people who do propositional claims about their belief in the Trinity, but they don't actually imagine or believe in the heaven or hell or sin or consequence or theology of Christianity. I go to church with those people all the time. They're so fucking annoying. And then human action, there's probably more Christians who make propositional claims but don't do anything to align themselves with the actual faith of Christianity than there are Christians who actually align with the actions called by the faith. So no, I reject that religious people by default carry out this virtue, or that non-religious people carry this out without like cultural backup. Hell no. As evidenced by reality around me. Cafe says, people talk about TDS, this irrational hatred of Trump. I really believe JBP has PDS in individuals, especially in many atheists. Well, in their defense, Jordan Peterson is really long-winded. And also you have to go to 12-hour lectures in order to listen to him talk about other things in order to understand his other things. I do. Billions of non-Christians do. And we are ethical around the world. LB, what are you talking about? Do you think that we just arrived at individualist liberal democracy on accident? Because we didn't. 300 years ago, they were still practicing widow burnings in India. In West Africa, and in West Africa during the age of colonization, they were still practicing infanticide. In Aztec America, during colonization, they were still practicing large-scale human sacrifice. You could argue that the Crusades themselves were immoral because they resulted in the slaughter of tens of thousands of civilians. You can argue that the jihad of the Middle East and North Africa by Islamists and jihadists was also grievous moral sin, considering the morality that we care about in the modern era. Same thing with the Mongolian conquest. These are all within the past 2,000 years. What the hell are you talking about? The norm is not peaceful coexistence. The norm is war. Jordan Peterson is just an entitled BSer who lost his creds because he proved he's a quack. You guys are not listening to anything I'm saying, but that's okay. There's other people who are. I don't think he said it was the only one. Were you not paying attention? I don't think you're paying attention. Earlier, he was talking about how Egyptian myth has a huge amount of cultural cross-pollination with Judaism and Jewish virtue. And so he enjoyed studying Egyptology and Egyptian myth, specifically because he saw a broad overlap between Judaism and Egyptian religious mythology. Okay. You're cooked, Connor? Chat is so mean. Yeah, chat's just being mean.
No, I don't believe in that. I think can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life, like where you were born and who you were raised by. And so there are certain things.
One N in my name.
Things that lead you down a dangerous path. And once you are dead, I think you're kind of removed of that person. There's no there are no factors of the earth that have to.
What happens after death?
Right.
So I would ask you,
Commander Haircut, you missed the earlier conversation. He said that science is not the domain of morality and purpose. Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. He said that morality, since you can observe it in nature, this was actually a really interesting conversation earlier. Morality can be observed in social creatures, but human echoes of morality can be observed in intelligent social species. And so morality and purpose is the domain of religion. Religion almost exclusively talks about, well, I don't want to say exclusively, but it mainly talks about morality and purpose. So, I mean, if you want to come up with a secular vehicle of morality, that's fine. But, it's probably going to be boring. right? You know why there's not very many secular humanists? It's because you guys don't know how to narrativize anything. You don't know how to make it sexy. You don't know how to make it narrativized in parables. That's why.
These times that you've suffered terribly in ways that you thought would never end, do you believe that you had any causal role in that? Like, did you play a part in that?
In my own suffering?
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes I would say that
Okay.
there was a part that I played
well,
in
that's,
that.
okay,
but I
that's
also
the thing
do
to
think
find
that,
out.
I think that maybe it's like a concept of free will that I don't really believe in somewhat of free will, that I think that there are certain things in your life that lead you to do certain behaviors. And so when you commit those sins, you go to hell. I'm not too sure why you would still be
When you
reaping the
okay,
consequences of that.
like I said, I can't
Yeah.
address that. Do you believe that you can change?
I do.
Do you believe you can change for the better?
I do.
Do you believe that when you change for the better, you abandon the things you've done in the past that weren't good?
I think that you can.
Okay, then
Yeah.
that's very much in keeping with Christian doctrine.
Can you explain to me how that's in keeping with Christian
Well,
doctrine?
you believe
if you would go to hell for
okay,
those things?
You believe you.
Okay, what's there to narrativize about math? Math just be mathin'? No. If you want to make it sacred snow so nobody likes math ever again, then just have math. Teach calculus courses and force your students to do long form calculus for hours on end. If you want people to like math, then use math to create man-made wonders that shock the sense of awe of humanity, right? That it's the same thing with like secular humanism. If you want secular humanism to remain the default moral system of atheists that nobody gives a fuck about at the parties and the cocktail parties, then keep just describing how in general you just try to do good by various humans. That's going to be boring as fuck and nobody's going to care. Whereas if you want secular humanism to be appealing to other people, you need to narrativize it and you need to create parables and stories around secular humanism and you need to sell it as an idea. So the parable of math. Sexy secular talk, Brayton cycle equals suck, squeeze, bang, blow. What? 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 Are we talking about? Are we talking about fixing mechanical issues? What the fuck? The parable of math 687. Well, there you go. Yeah, and make math interesting through engineering, through rocket science, through the military industrial complex, through drones, through all that shit. If math was presented to me as the language of God, I probably would have found it more interesting and be better at it. Yeah, it is the language of God. Unironically, math is the language of God. Yeah. Yep.
You can improve.
Yeah.
Right? And you believe that if you improved, you would let go of things that were impeding you. That's a sacrifice. You believe that improvement would be upward, and you believe that you have agency in that. Yeah, those are all Christian presuppositions.
I guess maybe we have different opinions of what Christian morality is.
Yes, sounds
so
like
I think
it.
that my opinion of Christian morality is something that I don't really agree with, and maybe you would define that as like the found.
She was probably stuck in an evangelical fundamentalist church that said if you break these religious laws, then you're going to hell. That's probably why she's struggling with JBP's assessment of Christian morality.
Foundations
Well,
of Christianity.
let me give you an example. So if you want to atone, which means to unify yourself and unify that with the world, then the first thing you have to do is figure out what you did wrong and admit it. That's a confession. That was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I picked Zena because I think she asked genuine questions and wasn't trying to win.
Okay, well, hello again.
Hi there.
My claim is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended us to use. In regards to the way that you interpret the Bible, I don't see, you have said in some circumstances that there's not a way to kind of say whether or not ontologically the historical claims made by the Bible are true. Like, for example, the story of Cain and Abel. You've said that this story is like a meta-truth in the sense that it exists all throughout time culturally. And the way that you define meta-truth, I don't see a distinction between that and like a metaphor, right? But and you also said that you cannot say whether this story was true. You can say that it exists eternally, metaphorically, but you can't say that it's true. And if you can't say that there are historical facts being said in the Bible as stories that weren't really said with much ambiguity, how can we say that we can understand the Bible in the way that it's meant to be interpreted? Like, if you cannot make any claims about these stories, right? You don't know whether they're true or false. How do you know that your interpretation is the correct way?
So that's why I picked you. You ask intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. What do they say? By their fruits, you'll know them.
Okay.
Right. Well, so one of the things I look at is the impact of what I'm doing. Right. And so I know a lot of evangelical Christians, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox Christians, a lot of people from other faiths. And they've told me, like many of them, that they found my interpretations very helpful and that it deepened their faith. And so that's interesting because I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. And I've also talked to thousands of people who've told me that they came to understand the foundational stories of their culture better as a consequence of listening to me, and that they did everything they could to sort out their lives and that it worked. That's many different pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, is it?
So, I don't think this is necessarily an evasion, but I do understand the confused look. Let's look at the confused look over here. Let me back up a little bit. Where's the atheist boy? Show me, atheist boy.
Many different.
Look at this face. Look at this face, bro. He's like, what the hell? But what Zena's pointing to is real, which is not. This isn't a literalist interpretation of the Bible, and I agree with her. But this is something that I've also heard Jordan Peterson talk about in the past, which is effectively that we did not used to separate our brains the way that we do in the modern era. So up until the Enlightenment era, emotion and rational thinking were not separated. What happened is you just had your thoughts informed by emotion and informed by reality, and you made a decision based off of the confluence of those two factors. But what happened after the Enlightenment was hyper-rationality, where people, instead of listening to their emotions and their instincts, they effectively said, is this rational or not rational? And if it's irrational, I'm going to override my emotions in order to make decisions. And I think this is actually part of the problems with atheists, is that the reason why they don't succeed a lot rhetorically is because they try to ignore emotion and exclusively appeal to rationality, because frankly, that's how they were raised within a modernist frame. Now, when it comes to what Jordan Peterson is doing, he's explaining like the deeper rationale of religion, but that speaks to people emotionally. Okay. So when he says, oh, well, I can't tell you whether or not Cain and Abel is literally true, that kind of confuses rationalists, because they're like, hold on, Cain is a name. Abel is a name. Were there historical people that existed prehistory who killed each other? And then did God literally punish one of them because he found out that not only did he murder his brother, but he also hid the crime in an attempt to hide the body from God? Is that literally true? And Jordan Peterson is going to dodge and say, well, it depends on what you mean by true. And what I'm going to say is probably not, right? What probably happened was early in human history, there was a murder. And then the story of Cain and Abel was used to analyze the morality of murder. That's what it was. Yeah, Cain must be real. I saw him on Supernatural. He's also a character in Warhammer 40K, believe it or not. He's like he's one of the first gods of like human murder. And I think he actually stabs the Emperor in the chest with a spear. But anyways, the point is that metaphorically true, not literally true. If Jordan Peterson had balls, he would say that, but he doesn't want to lose his literalist audience.
Pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, is it the same? There is a lot of approaches to biblical interpretation historically. And what I'm doing is
possibly less new than you think.
Yeah, I want to make a claim on whether this evidence is enough, right, to substantiate whether or not your interpretation is going to, be more plausible, right? Be the most plausible. Because in
It's
regards
an open question.
Yeah, right.
You bet.
So in regards to how we interpret the Bible and how we see the Bible, something can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can add value to someone's life. Interpretation can connect you to your conception of what your faith is. But if it's the quote unquote interpretation that God does not intend, that can lead to a plethora.
That's certainly the case.
you
That's
know-
why the medieval Christians were so concerned about heresy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they felt, and that's why the Catholics objected so much to the Protestant Reformation, because they believed that the fractionation of Christianity would result in an indefinite fractionation, right? Well, and that's exactly what's happened.
Right.
So yeah, that's definitely a problem. I think one of the foundational principles, for example, there's a foundational principle in the Old Testament of hospitality, right? So what you want to do if you set up your local environment properly is to make it welcoming to people voluntarily. And so one of the ways you could judge the validity of the interpretation of a classic story is whether or not that interpretation might be regarded by someone as welcoming. Does that represent something you'd actually like to have if you were acting in your own interest in the long run?
Right. And we can talk about that. Like do
Protect you from fear might be another one.
Exactly.
I like how smart she is, because she's not pushing back aggressively, but she is coming up with insights that test what he's doing. And I feel like if you're not sufficiently intelligent, number one, you might not press Jordan on his answers. But then number two, you also might not like glean from him the insights that you possibly could. But what I would press him on, if I was her, as I was trying to wrap up this debate, I would be saying, okay, what's actually true though, materially? Because that is the concern from atheists. Atheists don't, a lot of atheists concede that religion can be a vehicle for moral education that can have positive effects on the world. But what they argue is that literalism, believing that God materially manifested himself in the world, and that these are divine edicts that carry the word of God, when you worship these and you take them literally, then you can do all sorts of evil shit in their name. And so I think that if Jordan Peterson wanted to address this head on, that's what he would address. Whether or not these are materially or literally true, not metaphorically or mythologically true. Cafe says, I was hoping Jordan would wear his heaven and hell suit to this event. Yeah, that's a sick suit. I do love that suit. Grassroots says, I do like her as she's testing the margins, which is how you edge your way in. True. We're a big fan of edging on this channel. Commander Haircut says, yeah, this has turned into a discussion between the two rather than a debate. He hasn't actually addressed her claim. Agreed. Which you could view as evasive, but I hope she's smart enough to hold his feet to the fire.
Exactly. So we can talk about like how these interpretations of the Bible, like if they kind of resonate with us. And I think that can in some case be some kind of like evidence, oh, this might be true, but I think we need to ask, is evidence damning, right? Is this evidence certain, right?
Yeah.
So, but I do want to look at, again, the consequences and our understanding of this interpretation once more. So we look at, again, the story of Cain and Abel, and we say, yeah, so I believe this is a meta truth. I believe that this story is resonant throughout cultures. That is all true and dandy. And I'm sure that is some, in some way, the story was put in here for the reason, right? To tell us about, fights between brothers. But also, you can't say I do know or I don't know that this story is false or true in an ontological, historical sense as a historical fact. Were there two people like
that's what she needs to cut at. I want her to cut at it with balls. I'm afraid that he's going to interrupt her though.
That were specifically referenced.
Okay, I don't think that's knowable, but
Right.
I'm not sure why it matters to you.
So the reason why it matters to me is because we need to know how we should interpret the things that the Bible says, and the things
Many ways.
Right. But like, if we interpret
Sometimes poetry, sometimes history,
Well,
sometimes fact,
but for
sometimes
example,
metaphor.
the reason why it's important, right, very important, is because, for example, we can talk about something like God.
On Commander Haircut asked an important question. What does Grill Hodism say about edging? It says only do it with your partner. Okay, that's what it says. All right. So edging, for those of you who don't know, I'll try to explain it in the least vulgar way possible. The way that I understand it is gooning is unrepentant sexual lasciviousness. It's engaging in pornographic consumption with reckless abandon. Whereas if I understand edging correctly, edging is effectively like sexual self-repression while still engaging with sexual content, I guess. So you're repressing yourself simultaneously in order to achieve a higher plane of sexual experience. And so, in my opinion, if you're edging by yourself, you're wasting your time. You need to go find your partner and you need to edge together. Okay.
God says, I believe it's like 1 Corinthians 15, 17, something about how belief in God specifically as someone who resurrected or as someone who died for our sins is important, right? But we have to look at, if we can interpret that as just like, you have to believe that God is a symbol of sacrifice. That is different from believing that there was an actual person named Jesus Christ who died on the cross for our
That's
sins.
true.
So if you believe one and not the other, that can be the difference between you going to hell and you going to heaven. So
that's the crux of the issue. That's the crux of the issue, is that I think that Jordan Peterson believes it in spiritually, metaphorically, mythologically, whatever, that the world is a better place when you, when you voluntarily self-sacrifice in order to build the kingdom on earth, and that the cosmos is rooted in voluntary self-sacrifice. I think he believes that spiritually or metaphorically or mythologically. I don't think he believes it literally. And I think that if she pressed him and said, do you believe this literally? He's going to say, I don't know, which I feel like is a cop-out, because I feel like if he applied his intellect, he would be like, yeah, probably not. But that would piss off a substantive amount of his audience.
if we cannot make, like, we cannot say that we know whether or not certain historical facts in the Bible happen, like even as just like events, like, because the events matter, because
LB says, Connor, what's your stance on legalized prostitution and banning porn? I think that we should make this is an opinion of Connor and Connor alone. Okay. Do not assign this to anything, anyone else, any other channel, any other brand, anything. In my heart of hearts, I think that prostitution often occurs when women sell themselves short a little bit and engage in sex work as a cheap way to, or like an easy way to make money. Right. And so I think that we should probably ban it in 95% of the country, but then there should be one city like Las Vegas or whatever that county is outside of Las Vegas where prostitution is legal. And then same thing with porn. I think the porn industry should be moved there. That way, if you want to engage in that kind of I think it's largely socially poisonous in order to have prostitution. And it can be, it's not always, it's like consuming alcohol or consuming marijuana. It can be poisonous to consume vast quantities of pornography. So if you want to produce pornography, or if you want to be a sex worker, then you need to move to this one city. And then in that city, it can be highly regulated. That would be my solution for like national. Yeah, Goonerville, Nevada. I would create Goonopolis, Nevada. And if you want to be a gooner, you go there. And then if you want to be a normie, you live someplace else. Should those be a state's rights? No, I'm okay with a federal ban. I don't fear state power. How is that consistent? Because it's a question of voluntary. Yeah, if you ban porn, my family will multiply. Well, that could be a good thing, can it? How is that consistent? Biz D, because I believe in voluntary, right? So I think it's bad, but you have a choice. So if you want to engage in bad behavior, I smoked tobacco when I was a kid, right? Tobacco was bad. I probably would ban tobacco if I could. However, I don't think I can. So, I think it should be socially discouraged in broad swaths of society. Are you for banning voting except for a single city of moralizing elites? No. Connor's idea is build Camera. Yeah, there you go. I live at the edge of Goonerville. Yep, there you go. Goonopolis is pretty gangster. Yeah, exactly. If that is that huge of a deal to you, if you need to be a sex worker, if you need to work in the sex work industry, if you need to create pornography, then you need to go live in Goonopolis.
again, God dying for our sins on the cross was an event.
Would I ban alcohol? No. I know it's hypocritical. But so I'm going to give you my rationale real quick. I think that drug consumption, recreational drug consumption, can be fun. It can be good. It can give you rich social experiences. Some of the richest social experiences I had as a teenager and a middle 20-year-old were in relation to drugs, where I would smoke pot with my friends and have interesting conversations, or I would drink with my friends and I would have interesting conversations. Now, obviously, the social aspect was the key driver of it, but the drugs helped, right? It made us think weird things. It made us talk about crazy shit, right? Now, there's a bunch of secondary side effects to drug consumption. Alcohol obviously causes DUIs, deaths, all that kind of crap. Tobacco causes, all the health effects that it does that kills you slow and stupid. But for me, tobacco, like, it doesn't have a high. It doesn't do anything for you. Like you get like a 10-minute buzz from nicotine and then you go back to work. It does almost nothing. And so the fact that we're suffering such grievous consequences because nicotine is an addictive substance and it's almost exclusively negative health effects and it has very minimal social effects, I would eliminate tobacco. Now, if you want to vape or whatever, if there's a healthier way to consume inhalable drugs, then go ahead. But I think tobacco itself is almost rawly destructive. When it comes to alcohol, though, with alcohol, number one, it's so normalized. Number two, there's people who do have a healthy relationship with alcohol in reference to having like a few drinks a week, and that's all they have. And then also there's a massive social component to alcohol. So I feel like the bang for the buck with alcohol is better. Banning alcohol would be awesome for society. I mean, it could be, but we did that in the 1920s and it created a massive underground racket with shitloads of homicides and also lots of people who just snuck into the bottom part of society in order to do it. Why is that untrue of smoking? Well, I wouldn't ban marijuana. Interestingly enough, I would ban tobacco, but I wouldn't ban marijuana. In the words of George W. Bush, most people, men especially, are hypocrites. You like getting hand jobs? Yes. Like giving hand jobs? No. Congratulations, you're a hypocrite. No, it's not. It's bang for the buck. My stupid legislature banned kratom yesterday, and every single excuse they use is 100%, 1,000 times applied to alcohol. Sure. Alcohol is so much worse than cigarettes. Yeah, but the bang for the buck. Bang for the buck. 1920 to 1933, alcohol banned prohibition, but all those Sunday-going Christians like to drink. Yep. Smoking also has a good social component, though. To be honest, people will take up smoking just to get smoke breaks. Yeah, but that, to me, that's like the problem, is like you need a smoke break. You need like a 10-minute socialization hour every hour. I think you should just get 10 minutes to socialize every hour. I think making things more expensive through taxes just works better than banning. Anyways, nobody likes my drug takes. That's fine.
If we can't say that we know these things happen, these things did or didn't happen, this then leads us to kind of like the conundrum of how do we know what we are meant to believe, what the Bible intended for us to believe? And this can be very, very important to like our fate. Do you see what I'm saying?
I've got no disagreement with any of that. What sort of response do you want from that?
So
You pushed me beyond the limits of my knowledge.
Really?
Well,
I think that's
there's so many things you can't know. I'm struggling. I know that the biblical stories are the foundation of Western culture. I know that the consequence of those stories has been the genesis of a society that is in the main freer and more abundant than any societies.
Well, hold on. And then tobacco users say stuff like this, right? They say, let me smoke at work. I'll be more productive. And then I remember when I was smoking and effectively I was like a working class schlub in the Marine Corps. And I swear to God, cigarettes saved my mental health so many times that I feel like a hypocrite for wanting to ban it now that I've successfully quit. When I know that it's like for working class, effectively for like wage slaves, tobacco is like a psychological life raft. So I'm effectively saying like, don't have a psychological life raft. Now, that being said, I do think that people who are using that psychological life raft, you should probably get a better job, right? You should probably get better social life, better work-life balance, better this, better that. But also understand that you have to survive too, right? So that's where, you could absolutely guilt trip me off of my ban tobacco position where you're like, hey, dude, I work at the Dollar General. I need to be able to smoke a cigarette once an hour or else I'm going to kill myself. And I'm going to be like, okay. Don't ignore my earlier comment, coward. Biz D. Alcohol is much worse than cigarettes. I read that. Why is that untrue of smoking? At least I can defend cars. It kills 10 times more people than car accidents. Would you ban alcohol? Goonopolis? No. I don't care. Don't ignore my earlier comment, coward. Biz D, I know you, so I'm going to be nice, but don't call me a coward or I'll fucking throat chop you. I like your drug takes. I'm tired of groceries getting dropped and smelling like cigarettes. True. Everyone outside the mandatory socializing, the overseas demands it. Yes. Yes. That would be hilarious because everybody would hate that because tobacco is like voluntary socializing. Whereas if you forced everybody to go outside for 10 minutes and talk to each other, they would hate it. That's a hilarious point. Grassroots says, I met one of my favorite people because we were both smoking outside of a bar. Okay. Jesus, you win. Relax. Smoke till your heart's content. You win. Okay? I feel so bad for working class schlubs. You got it. Okay? Have your cigarettes. Kill yourself. I don't care. I vape in my office at the state capitol. I don't blow out big clouds to do it constantly. Pretty sure everyone knows, but we don't talk about it. I remember trying nicotine gum, and that was powerful. Yeah, nicotine is like, it's almost like hardcore caffeine sometimes. Like, it gives you the heart jitters. I remember one of my first jobs, I had really bad back pain, went on a smoke break, and felt reborn. It was incredible. Okay, you win. All right, you win. It kills 10x more than cars. Okay. Our society is free and more abundant than others because Christianity. Meanwhile, citizens came from German peasants' demands for which they were ordered slaughtered by Martin Luther. Interesting. Good luck throat chopping me, bud. I hate being throat chopped, by the way. We will never meet again. All right. Anyways, the smokers win. Okay. Alcohol is bad. Cars are bad. Everything's bad. But I want you to be a free person. Okay. So have fun. Have fun killing yourself.
Have ever been. I don't exactly understand the relationship between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing.
Right.
But I don't
Smoke 'em
know.
if you got 'em.
I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. You know, it's the case that forever, when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described.
I'm okay. I don't need to hear him explain this again, but he's going to say it's complex, guys. It's really tough. It's hard to know what's literally true versus what's metaphorically true, okay? You win. The smokers win. They bullied me out of my anti-smoking position. I still think it's bad to smoke. I don't think you should do it. I don't think that you get that much of a high out of it. I think the social component should be replaced by just 10-minute breaks every hour. So if you want to socialize with your coworkers, you could. I would rather have people have like a minimum 30-minute lunch on an 8-hour shift and then them have like a minimum 10-minute break for 50 minutes of productivity. Now, if you're sitting around and you're doing nothing anyways at your job, you don't need a 10-minute break, right? But if you're in a warehouse and you're busting ass, because that's what I used to do. I used to do supply and logistics, and like a lot of my stuff was paperwork, but every now and then you had to do something like an inventory. And inventories were like 8-hour, 10-hour affairs where you're busting out all the equipment, you're checking the serial numbers, you're doing manifests, you're doing all that kind of stuff. And I borderline think that you should have a mandatory 10-minute break every hour. And that's what smokers did, right? Smokers would take a 5 to 10-minute break every hour in order to bullshit with their friends and smoke cigarettes. So, yeah, you bullied me. You successfully bullied me. I'm bullied. I'm owned in the marketplace of ideas. Terrence McKenna thought we should legalize all drugs with the exception of intravenous. Well, Terrence McKenna probably is schizo. Cafe says, wait, you're talking about smoking tobacco when you said you don't get much of a high out of it. You're not talking about cannabis? Yeah. Cannabis. Go for cannabis. Cannabis I view similarly to alcohol, although my caution to young people with cannabis is now that it's actually being studied, it is being shown to have a correlative effect with bouts of schizophrenia, both temporary and permanent. So you need to be careful. You know, cannabis can be or is more safe than alcohol as far as I know from like stats and like health stuff. But number one, it probably still causes lung cancer. And number two, it can still start like schizophrenic breaks. So you need to be careful. Ban smoking because it smells like shit and just everyone gets their 10-minute break. I mean, that's what I would do. Ix says Portugal legalized drugs after fully funding and testing rehab and treatment for anyone with substance abuse problems. Yeah. And then they privatized it and then it all fell apart. How about a nice Fent break? Oh, just a little bit of Fent. Just a little bit of Fent. Grassroots for 20. You know what I do in the half-hour break? Have a cigarette and a cup of coffee like an adult. True. All right. Anyways, wrapping up that segment. It wasn't as bad as everybody said it was. Destiny freaking out and being like, you can't answer the hypothetical? You can't answer whether or not you would protect Jews during the Holocaust? What do you mean? I feel like Destiny is sufficiently intelligent that was unnecessary. And if he wanted to understand, he could, which is Jordan Peterson's perspective, which he's spent hours describing, but I'll briefly summarize it for you. That when you enable lying in society on a broad thing, that's oftentimes how authoritarian, dictatorial, murderous shitholes are instantiated, is by tolerating the small lies of bullies. That's how you get shitheads in charge, is tolerating their bullshit. The video is over, folks. Thank God the deity I don't believe in. Celebrate good times to come on. Yeah. We're going to get to have new psychic damage tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. Just go smoke a J, bang in your car like my old hippie coworkers at my distribution center job. There you go. Is Destiny JBP now? No, Destiny dislikes JBP, though, because he thought that his answer to, at least in his video, he was like, how can you not entertain that hypothetical? What are you doing? You're not ready for this? Which I agree with. I just think his passion is misplaced. And if he wanted to understand JBP, he could. I want to thank Melon Conley again for the donations, Sean Kaplan for the donation, Grassroots Hegemon for the donation. Thank you kindly, King. You are gracious as ever. Bis D for his donation, The Dashing Rogue, The Moonshine 31. Quite a bit of donors today. And then, of course, Grassroots just blowing it out of the water again. But seriously, I know, listen, I have been a wagey up until last month, right? So I know you got a budget. I know you got to pay your bills. I know you got groceries. And I know that entertainment is not something that you can always just chuck money towards. Trust me, I know. So if you got $1 burning a hole in your pocket, then a super chat is appreciated. But if you are just paying bills, then watch the VODs, like the VODs, like the stream, comment on the VODs. Because what happens is, I think we went from like 5,000 views on a monthly basis on the channel because I wasn't posting anything to like 30,000. And that number keeps increasing by 5 or 10,000 almost every other day, right? So what's going to happen is once we reach 100,000 monetized views at a 20 minutes is like $200, right? So if we start hitting, 500,000 views, million views, that kind of stuff, I don't even need super chats at that point, right? Because I'll have my Warhammer revenue and I'll have my VOD revenue, and then super chats are going to be always appreciated because I'm going to leverage it into more stuff. But then you don't even have to worry about it because you gave me your sweet, sweet, sweet ad revenue from watching and engaging with the content. It's beautiful. Void a Parrot says, wouldn't it be funny if at some point in the future you have a conversation with JP? Believe it or not, I've met him in person. I went to one of his events and I talked to him. That being said, I do want to meet him in person later, and I do want to debate him or conversate with him earlier. He's great. I know he's schizo. I know he's coming off the benzos. I know plenty of people don't like him in chat, but I like him. Sacred Snow says, sorry, boss. I'll donate. Dude, don't worry about it. I had to buy a new magnifying glass light because my wife left my 2-year-old onto the lanai, which is my painting workshop. Bro, no needs for apologies. Any support. Watching the VODs, liking the VODs is appreciated. Super chats are appreciated, never required. I say that specifically because while I want to remind you that if you have money and you do a super chat, it's greatly appreciated, I don't want to guilt you into it. Okay? Plenty of that going around in Twitch and YouTube politics. Eric Dom says, here in Austria, your employer has to give you 10 minutes away from a screen if you work at a screen. So in most computer-based professions, it usually means 10 minutes of socializing. Dude, that's based. That's based. Yeah. Yep. I like 2015 Peterson. I as well. All right, kings and queens, we have hit 5 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for hanging out with me this glorious day. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your parasocial love. Your parasocial love is returned right back to you. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions to the chat. Thank you for the funny conversation. Thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Grassroots says, Sacred Now's dono. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Thank you, Grassroots. You're a bulwark. You're a bulwark of the channel. But we also had half a dozen other people: Melon Conley, Sean Kaplan, Biz D, Dashing Rogue, and Moonshine, who I want to thank from the deepest parts of my heart. Thank you kindly. All right. Parasocial love to you and yours. Have a great day. Bye for now. See you tomorrow.